Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the International Seminar on Technical and Vocational Education and Training. My name is Sejong Park, and I am your MC today. First of all, I'm really honored to be an MC for this meaningful event, and thank you very much for taking your time away from your schedule to be here with us today. 자, 오늘 이 국제 세미나는 직업교육 혁신, 성과와 도약이라는 주제로 진행이 되고 있습니다. 사실은 약 500분 정도로 수용할 수 있는 대관장에서 저희가 진행을 하는데요.
Now we are in the big auditorium. And however, to prevent the spread of COVID-19, we have only 50 people inside the room. Instead, the seminar will be broadcast live on the YouTube channel. In this room, we are keeping the quarantine requirement in order to prevent the spread of COVID-19. And I ask all of you online to participate in the event actively. The seminar hosted by Korea Polytechnic Research Institute. This seminar is designed to share the achievements of KOPO's VAT innovation and to think about tasks for public VAT to make a leap forward in what we should do for this purpose. That's what we are gathering here today. Up until now, the Korean VAT has been played a role of ground for economic development and key element. And for the support for the industrial field, KOPO has provided a lot, especially for the employment stability, as well as a contribution to the corporate productivity improvement. It also contributed to the development of society and economy, and I believe everybody will agree with me. However, because of the COVID-19, the employment and labor markets in the world are face uncertainty. However, the crisis can be a chance for another leap forward in the future. So taking this opportunity, we need to review and think about how we can develop the VAT one step further. And in this seminar, we will listen to the presentations from the United States, Germany, and the UK. And we will invite experts from those three countries, including as well as Korea. So please be with us today.
And I'm pretty sure this seminar will be the significant moment for all of us. 자, 그리고 앞서 말씀드린 것처럼
As I mentioned earlier, in order to prevent the spread of COVID-19, today's seminar will be broadcast online. So in the YouTube search, you may type the Korean politics. You may see two channels of Korean and English. So you can choose one of them. Here, in the first session of seminar, the simultaneous interpretation will be provided. In the second session, consecutive interpretation will be provided.
So if you search Korea Polytechnics on YouTube, you can find two different channels. And first one will be the English version, and second one will be the Korean version. So you can choose what you want, and if you have something to say, or if you want to add some comments, please leave the comments on YouTube video. 말씀드린 것처럼 댓글로도
As I
참여하실
mentioned
수가
earlier, there is a comment event too. So please participate in the comment event. And would you please leave your reply or some questions while you're listening to the presentation. From now on, we're going to begin the international seminar on technical and vocational education and training. Before beginning the official event, let me introduce distinguished guests first. And I introduce one by one, and please give in a big applause. First of all, Executive Vice Chairman Kim Yong-gun of the Korea Enterprises Federation.
네, 그리고 우병열 강원도
And the Deputy Governor of the Economic Division of the Gangwon Province, Woo Byung-yeol.
네, 우병열 부지사님께서는 원래
And
토론자로
the Deputy
참석해
Governor,
주시려고
Woo,
했지만
was
국회의장에
originally
갑히셔서
planned to
참석해
participate
주시기
in
위해
the
직접
discussion.
와주셨습니다.
However, because
다시
of
한번
his busy
감사의
schedule,
박수
he
보내주시기
came directly
바랍니다.
to here to deliver his
네, 그리고 오늘
speeches.
발표도 맡아주실 분이죠.
Also, the president and CEO of Korea German Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Barbara Jolman.
Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you. 네, 그리고 오늘 발표해 주실 분들 그리고
And
토론
let me
진행해 주실
introduce
분들을
the presenters
소개해
and
드리겠습니다.
discussants.
한국폴리텍 특성화대학 엄준철
President
학장님
엄준철 of
모셨습니다.
Specialized
여러분 큰
Korea
박수로 환영해
Polytechnic.
주십시오. 네, 그리고 토론 좌장을 맡아주신
And
수업대학교
today's
나승일
moderator
교수님
of the
함께해
discussion,
주셨습니다.
Professor
따뜻한
Na
박수로
Seung-il
환영해
of
주시기
Seoul
바랍니다.
National University.
네, 그리고 토론자로 참석해 주신
And
강원도
discussant,
일자리 재단 노명우
President
대표이사님
노명우 of
모셨습니다.
Gangwon-do
큰
Job
박수로
Foundation.
환영해 주십시오. 네,
And
한국고용정보원
next
나영돈
is President
원장님
Na
함께해
Young-dun of the Korea
주셨습니다.
Employment
고맙습니다.
Information Service.
네, 그리고 오늘 세미나를 주최하시고 토론에도
And today's
참여해
seminar's
주신
host
한국폴리텍대학
and
이석행 이사장님
discussant,
참석해 주셨습니다.
Chairman
큰
Lee
박수로
Seok-hae of the Korea
환영해 주시기
Polytechnic
바랍니다.
Corporation.
네, 이번에 내빈분들
And let me introduce
소개해드리겠습니다.
distinguished
한국법인
guests.
한국폴리텍 시민석
Planning and
김민균
Training
이사님
Director
참석해
Shin Min-seok of the
주셨습니다.
Korea
박수로 환영해
Polytechnic
주십시오.
Corporation.
네, 그리고 오늘 행사를 주최하신 학교법인
And today's
한국폴리텍
host,
직업교육연구소
the
장현희
Director,
소장님
Jang
함께해
Hyun-hee of the
주셨습니다.
Vet Research
따뜻한
Institute
박수로
of Kopu.
맞아주시기 바랍니다. 네, 그리고
And
한국폴리텍대학
then the
학장단
President
총회장이시죠.
Lee Sang-won of Chancellor's Council of Kopu and Chancellor of Korea Polytechnic 3. Also, we have heads of 38 polytechnics
자리에서 좀 일어나
campus.
주실까요?
And would you please stand
네,
up
여러분 큰 박수로
and
환영해
please give
주시기
them big
바랍니다.
hands.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank
네,
you.
이 외에도 각 지역에서
Not only
학교법인
them,
한국폴리텍
but we
공실의
also have
담당자님들이고
heads of departments and
직원의
faculty
여러분들의
members of
성사를
Kopu
빛내주고
across the
계신데요.
nation here.
시험
They
관계상
must
제가
have
모든
left
분들을
from
소개해드리지
early
못하는
morning
점
to come
양해해
here.
주시기
However, please understand that because
자,
of the time constraint, I cannot introduce them one by one. For the last 50 years since its foundation, Kopu has played a leading role in vocational education in Korea. And now, Kopu is preparing for new 50 years to take another role. There are learning factories at the forefront. The learning factory is a training facility where converges integrated education for all courses and will increase to 40 nationwide by this year. Well, we will watch the video clip on the paradigm of new vet for nurturing creative, convergence, talented people.
Creating technologies. Connecting jobs. Over the past half a century, Korea Polytechnic has driven Korea's industrial advancements, presenting new values of technologies that lead the rapidly evolving times. Korea Polytechnic. Now, Korea Polytechnic is beginning a new leap from the center of the fourth industrial revolution with the Learning Factory. The Learning Factory is an open, joint practical training space that covers multiple departments, replacing the small, partitioned practical training space for each department, and serves as the ideal project space for nurturing a convergence of human resources. Starting with the Incheon campus in December 2018, Korea Polytechnic has established a total of 18 locations throughout Korea and is leading Korea's new technology education by spreading the Polytechnic's learning factories nationwide in 2020. Learning Factory recreates the actual industrial sites to enable one-stop, integrated, practical training of all processes. With convergence projects that expand beyond the scope of each department, it provides a system optimized for nurturing technical human resources that our times need. From product planning and design to prototyping, every process takes place in an integrated manner beyond the partitions of each department. After planning products with good marketability based on big data, thorough product design process, the product is manufactured using advanced, automated production equipment. The completed prototype goes through strict review and validation processes, and IoT and networking equipment, which are crucial technologies of the fourth industrial revolution. are used to provide a high-tech system for experiencing robot-controlled production in person. By establishing marketing strategies for the products created and carrying out advertising using media. It provides integrated practical training of all processes, from product planning to publicizing in a single space. At the Learning Factory, there are no limitations on applicable industries, from machinery and automation to IT and design, medical engineering, robot welding, smart logistics, and biotech to semiconductors. Students can experience product manufacturing in 7 fields. The machinery and automation field presents a new future from the manufacturing industry with smart factories, using machine production and robot-based automated production. In the IT and design field, you can design products using the latest trends based on coding and big data analysis, create prototypes, and even publicize the product using augmented reality, all using Korea Polytechnic's specialized technologies. The medical engineering field nurtures crucial human resources needed by the strategic industries of the Gangwon region through convergence of ICT, medical electronics, and medical equipment engineering. The Bio-Learning Factory field, which is first among Korean universities capable of pharmaceutical manufacturing training for educational purposes, and acquired GMP Quality Control Standard certification, is capable of manufacturing finished liquid products such as eye drops. The robot welding field provides specialized space for nurturing innovative welding experts of the future, and is ready to collaborate with electric, electronics, and mechanical systems in addition to utilizing robot welding facilities. The Smart Logistics Learning Factory, which maximizes logistics efficiency by combining next-generation technologies such as IoT and AI, and the Semiconductor Learning Factory recreates the same clean room as actual semiconductor factories for practicing disassembly, assembly and operation of semiconductor equipment to contribute to the growth of the semiconductor industry, which is the future growth engine of Korea. Korea Polytechnic's Learning Factory is recognized as the new paradigm of vocational training. The Learning Factory is an industrial academic cooperation space for everyone. The Learning Factory is open to enrolling students as well as for vocational experiences for teenagers and individuals that require prototyping for startups. Through close collaboration with local communities and industries, the Learning Factory will increase the employment rate of Korea Polytechnic's graduates and become the center for innovative businesses to startups. By acquiring certifications of expert institutions such as Samsung Electronics and Korea Welding Industry Cooperative, the Learning Factory boasts a high reliable practical training space. The space we communicate with corporations is leading to noteworthy achievements. With an increased budget, Korea Polytechnic's Learning Factory is expanding nationwide as a state-of-the-art, optimal creative space for nurturing convergence technicians for innovation. Korea Polytechnic's Learning Factory will present a new future for Korea's industries.
이번에는 행사의 시작을 알리기 위해서 학교법인 한국폴리텍대학 직업교육연구소
seminar, and let me invite Director Jang Hyun-hee from Vet Research Institute of KOPO. Please give her a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. I am Jang Hyun-hee, Director of the Vocational Education and Training Institute of Korea Polytechnics. Here, I would like to welcome to all the distinguished guests in this seminar on the technical and vocational education and training. Well, this international seminar is kind of the first one. We tried it for the first time. And we have a lot of people in this presence, and which gives us a lot of significance. Here, we gathered here to watch the achievement and the cases of the vet development and innovation. And we are gathering here to prepare for the post-COVID-19 era. I hope all of you gather your wisdom and power to make a new way. In the process of preparing this seminar, there were a lot of difficulties. Despite all difficulties, many people spent and spared their time to participate in and to prepare for the seminar. Also, I would like to express my gratitude to the chairman Lee Seok-kang for your full support. And lastly, I would like to publicly acknowledge the hard work of staff in the VAT Research Institute. And I hope you will have the value of time. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다. 좋은 말씀
Thank
해주신
you, Director
소장님께요.
Jang.
다시
Please
한번
give her
박수
another round of
보내주시기
applause.
바랍니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 이번에는 축사를
Now we
진행해
are going to
주실
have some
분입니다.
congratulatory remarks, but actually they wanted to be physically here, but due to urgent schedules, they gave some video congratulatory remarks. Let us have a video of congratulatory remarks of Vice Speaker of Kim Sang-hee from the National Assembly.
한국폴리텍대학의 직업교육혁신 성과와 도약 국제 세미나 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다.
Good afternoon, I am Kim Sang-hee, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. I sincerely congratulate Korea Polytechnic or KOPO for hosting this international seminar on the achievement of that innovation and a new way forward. Although movement between countries have been restricted due to COVID-19, it has provided us an opportunity to hold this international seminar using information technology. I would like to extend my appreciation to Chairman Lee Seok-kang of Korea Polytechnic Corporation, Executive Vice Chairman Kim Yong-gun of Korea Enterprises and Federation, and Economy Deputy Governor Woo Byung-yeol of Gangwon Province for having this event. My special thanks also go to Dr. Jun Chol from Specialized Korea Polytechnics, Ms. Barbara Cholman, President and CEO of Korea-German Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Ms. Michelle Johnson, Chancellor and CEO of Pierce College, and Mr. Loy O'Shaughnessy, CEO of Capital City College Group, for your contribution. With the fourth industrial revolution taking place, COVID-19 has caused dramatic changes, including job reduction and a transition into a zero-contact digital society. At this time of crisis and changes, the Korean government decided to push for Korean New Deal to recover its economy and secure driving force for growth in the post-coronavirus era. It is planning to enhance related skills development and VET system for the success of the Korean New Deal, consisting of two axes of Digital New Deal and Green New Deal. In retrospect, whenever there was a national industry transition or an opportunity for growth like this, the role of KOPO became significantly important. KOPO has contributed to the economic development by closely responding to such changes in industrial structure and developing practical competency-oriented convergence technical workforce. I have a high expectation for KOPO to continuously contribute to high-tech skills development in the post-COVID-19 era. I believe this international seminar would provide us with a valuable venue to share VET innovations of Korea and other major nations, contemplate upon VET required in the post-COVID-19 era, and lay the foundation for a new reform of VET. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give her big hands. We can feel her warm heart to congratulate us. And there are some lawmakers who sent us letters to congratulate this event. First, Representative Sung Hoon from the Democratic Party of Korea. And on behalf of him, I will read the letter.
Dear Mr. Lee Seok-kang, Chairman of Korea Polytechnic Corporation, I sincerely congratulate you on hosting this international seminar on vocational and technical education and training. Korea Polytechnic or KOPO, a public VET institution providing field-oriented practical courses to young and middle-aged people, is a practical college truly needed for the future of Korea. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to Chairman Lee and his staff and faculty members for bringing hope to people who work hard to realize the value of technical skills through their sweat. Although we all have been faced with many difficulties, I hope this international seminar would be a meaningful time for you to discuss and share your experiences and insights. Thank you. Representative Seo Hoon of the Democratic Party of Korea, please give a big round of applause.
네, 이 감사의 마음을 꼭 전달됐으리라 믿습니다.
And I believe his
환경노동위원회 위원이신
warm heart will be delivered to. And next, the representative Imija from the People Power Party, and she is also a member of Environment and Labor Committee of the National Assembly. I will read it. Good afternoon, I'm Imija, the representative. And first of all, I would like to congratulate on the opening of international seminar on Tibet. I also extend my deep gratitude to Chairman Lee-seok Kang of KOPO and the related personnel and all the participants of the seminar. This year, not only Korea but also the whole world faced difficulties due to COVID-19. In particular, global economic crisis owing to the COVID-19 pandemic is serious. In this situation, we have to strengthen the social role of vocational education and training in order to deal with the rapidly changing society, overcome the crisis in the labor market, and prepare a new future, especially for a successful transition to the digital era and green revolution era. We are gathering wisdom to increase investment in human resources and reinforce Tibet system. The KOPO has established learning factories to spur nurturing converges talented people. I believe this is innovation of that befitting to the post-COVID era. Despite the shock to employment, competitiveness of job seekers need to be reinforced. Re-education should be made for the unemployed and employed, and that must continue even in the contactless environment. To this end, we have to make a new innovation. In this sense, I think today's seminar is very timely. This seminar, presenters from not only Korea but also UK, US, Germany will share vet cases, so I expect more productive discussion than ever. Measures to be discussed in this seminar should be reflected in policies. To this end, the National Assembly will do its best. Once again, I would like to extend my gratitude to all representatives and discussants, experts, and participants here today. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we will listen to the letters from Imani from the People Power Party, and I will read it.
Chairman Lee-seok Kang of Korea Polytechnic Corporation. I really wanted to make it person to deliver congratulatory remarks and celebrate you on hosting this international seminar on technical and vocational education training. However, due to my busy schedule, I will deliver my messages through this letter. And in this time of crisis due to COVID-19, the role and importance of the vet in Korea is increasing. And through the innovation of the vet system, we need to prepare for a new reform in the future. So I sincerely hope that this international seminar would be a good venue to share your experiences and innovations that you have achieved so far, and you can have an in-depth discussion regarding such a theme. Once again, I'd like to extend my appreciation to Chairman Lee and all the participants, and I wish you all the best. Thank you. Representative Lee Man-hee from the People Power Party.
Well, we received the video clips and letters to congratulate today's event. And next, we're going to listen to the speeches from the persons who participate in this event personally. And first, we will listen to the congratulatory remarks from Kim Yong-kun, the Executive Vice Chairman of the Korea Enterprises Federation.
Good afternoon. I am very happy to be here at this international seminar on the technical vocational education and training. I sincerely congratulate KOPO for hosting this event. And despite many difficulties nowadays, we are having this event on contact way and a zero contact based as well. So I'm very happy to be part of this, and my special thanks go to Chairman Lee of Korea Polytechnic Corporation and also the Director Chang of Bat Research Institute of Korea. My special thanks go to the speakers and presenters, Ms. Barbara Cholman, the President and CEO of Korean-German Chamber of Commerce and Industry. First of all, KOPO is Korea's leading vocational training institute and has strived for skills development for approximately the last 50 years. I'd like to extend my deepest appreciation for its contribution to strengthening corporate competitiveness and economic development. Although a number of enterprises have been faced with difficulties due to the prolonged COVID-19 pandemic, Korean enterprises are working hard to turn this crisis into an opportunity for innovation and a leap forward by reviving wisdom they gained from the past experiences of overcoming crises, including the Asian financial crisis and the global financial crisis. In the course of responding to COVID-19, the transition into a digital economy has been accelerated across industries, society, and education. In the post-COVID-19 world, state-of-art technologies, including artificial intelligence, big data, and autonomous driving, will be widely applied to our daily lives. If enterprises are to respond to such changes and make innovations and development, it is imperative to secure and nurture a skilled workforce through industry-academia connections. In particular, vocational training encompassing young, middle-aged, and older workers, and as well as incumbent workers and job seekers who are outside of the labor market has become increasingly important. As the MC has already introduced, the KOPO's Learning Factory labs are an innovative VET system that enables students to realistically experience manufacturing fields by utilizing high-tech ICT and the Internet of Things, and is expected to become a VET model with a realistic sense of field through industry-academia connections. I sincerely hope that this international seminar would be a meaningful time for sharing innovation cases of major nations and for thinking together about the VET required in the post-coronavirus era. Once again, I would like to thank all of you here today for your passion and your work for making this event possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And please give the Executive Vice Chairman big hands. Thank you. Next, we will listen to the congratulatory remarks. Despite he should participate in a minister-hosted meeting, he participated in this event personally. Economic Deputy Governor Woo Byung-yeol of Gangwon Province. Good evening. Good afternoon. Today, the international seminar on the technical and vocational education and training is opened. I would like to congratulate on the opening of the event. Also, I would like to express my gratitude to the chairman Lee Seok-king for holding this event. KOPO has played a leading role to develop the TVET, and KOPO also is working with the Gangwon Province, and Korea Polytechnic is also contribute the development of the job-related field in Gangwon-do. The job is the most important and the priority policy in Korea. However, because of the prolonged COVID-19, the digitalization of service and contactless environment has been spread across the country, which gives us another challenge. In July, the Korea government announced the Korean New Deal, and under this program, the Korean government planned to create more than 300,000 jobs, including nurturing more than 18,000 talented people for the future skills. In order to prepare for the rapidly changing society, in Gangwon Province, we have a plan to establish one-stop service. So we will provide customized services so people can take courses whenever they want, wherever they want. In this program, they will listen to the courses to strengthen the competitiveness for the local economy. That is our one-stop system. I hope this seminar will provide a new venue to create a new model for the nurturing talented people and for the development of the local community and related areas. Now, we have a lot of distinguished guests from home and abroad. Especially, we have the President, Barbara Cholman, and a lot of doctors from overseas, and I hope all the success and health, all of you. Thank you.
또 직접 참석하시고 축사까지 해주신 우병렬 부지사님,
I would like to
다시
express
한번
my
큰 박수
gratitude for your
보내주십시오.
presence here and your congratulatory remark. Thank you.
이번에는 환영사를
From now on,
전해드릴
we're going to
시간입니다.
listen to the welcome speech from the chairman of the Korean Polytechnic Corporation, Lee King. Please give him big hands.
정말 고맙습니다.
I would like to express my gratitude. Thank you so much.
가슴이 매우 뜁니다.
Well, my heart is beating.
살아서 움직이듯이
Well, it feels like Kopo is like alive and moving,
우리 폴리텍대학이
and my heart is also beating. I have great feelings.
영국과 독일과 함께
Well, here we are working with US, UK, and Germany,
만들어서
and we provide this kind of event to listen to the cases and experience from them.
회장님이나
We also have distinguished guests such as Executive Vice President of KEF and the Deputy Governor of Gangwon Province. I'm so proud of Kopo.
우리 폴리텍대학의 지난 날을 잠깐 되돌아보면
Well, I rethink about the history of the Kopo.
우리는
In the past,
독일로부터 한독 기술 협약에 의해서
we received a lot of help from Germany through the Korea-Germany Technological Study Program.
폴리텍의 전신인 기능대학도 역시 독일에서
Also, the technological college, which is located in Changwon, that is the former school of the Kopo, was also established thanks to the help of Germany.
훈련원 역시
Here we are in the Jeongsu campus of Kopo, and this campus was also started with 100% of the budget provided from the United States.
폴리텍이라는 이름을 영국에서 유래된 이름을
Well, the name of Polytechnics is actually originated to the United Kingdom, and now we still use that name. Our beginning was so small. However, for now, we are now standing side by side with those developed countries, and we have developed a lot thanks to the help and aid of United States, Germany, and the United Kingdom. And I proudly can tell that your help is very rewarded now. Well, also we received a lot of help from Belgium, whose representatives are unfortunately not here with us. So many countries, including Germany, UK, and US, provided a lot of help to Korea Kopo, and I would like to express my gratitude to them. As the TVET provider, Kopo is proudly standing in the international arena to work with other renowned TVET providers in the world. Last year, I visited the UK, and I met the Chancellor Roy, and we had great discussion. And I promised at that time that we would hold an international seminar next year to share the experience and lessons.
주말하지 않았습니까?
in the process of operation of
함께
Tibet.
하시겠다고 약속 주셨습니다.
And Chancellor Roy, the CEO Roy, promised that he would participate in the event. However, because of the COVID-19, unfortunately, we cannot meet personally. However, now we have an alternative way to meet each of us through the online connection.
과정에서 우리
And in the process of overcoming the COVID-19,
함께 할 수 있는
we are working together from all over the world, including UK, US, and Germany, to overcome this crisis.
연구소 소장님
And I also would like to acknowledge hard work of our staff in COPO and our corporation. For their hard work, thanks to their hard work, we could make this event possible. And I want to tell you that because of you, we can achieve this much. And we can make a new future for the Korea Tibet with your help and with your work.
저는 오늘 이 자리를 빌어서
Taking this opportunity,
말씀을 드렸습니다.
as I mentioned earlier,
폴리텍대학이 지금 소프트웨어나 하드웨어는 어느 정도 가고 있는데
COPO has developed well regarding the software or hardware. However, when it comes to the Tibet system, it is not quietly perfect. That's why a lot of staff related to this Tibet field has difficulties. That's why we have to gather wisdom and have to discuss how to develop the public Tibet system.
또 하나는 오늘 이
And
토론을 통해서 정말 우리
by discussing in this event,
더 많은 시설을 구축하고 해서 지역에
we need to figure out how to establish more facilities across the nation
지역에 있는 청년들에게 우리 학교를
in order to provide our services to the young peoples across the country, working with all the enterprises across the country. So everyone in this country can use our service. That is our new task.
바쁘신데도 불구하고 이 자리에
I would like to express my gratitude to
감사드리고 특히 우리 졸만
to participate in this event
감사 말씀.
despite your busy schedule.
정말 우리 항상 우리 폴리텍 가족들뿐만 아니라 대한민국 모든 국민들
Once again,
우리가 힘들고
I want to
어렵게
reiterate that
시작했던 교육,
not only the staff of COPO, but also all the people in Korea
우리도
has
이런
contributed
힘과
a
영향을
lot to
우리보다
development
더
of
어려워하는
Korean Tibet.
아프리카나 동남아 많은
And now it's time for us to provide our experience and lessons to other underdeveloped countries across the world.
이바지할 수 있는
So this would be a good opportunity for us to contribute to the development of the world. And COPO will take the lead in this effort. And once again, I would like to welcome all of you to our international seminar. Thank you.
네, 여러분 이석행 이사장님께 다시 한번 큰 박수
Please give him another
보내주십시오.
round of a big applause.
네, 이사장님께서 말씀하신 것처럼
Like Ms. Chairman Lee
사실
said,
많은 이 세계에 계신 우리 도움
Korea has get a lot of assistance from countries across the world. However, we do not have some presenters here, but we can have their presentation via online. So if you leave your comment or questions on reply, we will use them during the Q&A session. Now we're going to have the group photo session together. So please, the VIPs, including the Chairman Lee, please come forward on the podium to have a group session together. So discussants, the moderator, the VIPs, all of you, please come forward to the podium to take a group photo together.
네, 오늘 함께하신 외빈분들, 발표자분들 그리고
So the
과장님,
presenters,
토론자분들
discussant, moderator,
무대 위로
and all the
모시고
VIPs of today's
기념
event,
촬영을
please come
진행하도록
forward to the
하겠습니다.
stage, the
중앙으로
podium to take a
모여서
group photo
자리해
together.
주시고요. 저 중앙에 카메라가 준비되어 있습니다.
So at the center we do have a camera, so please stand at the center of the stage.
네, 그리고 코로나19 확산을 방지하기 위해서
In order to prevent the spread of COVID-19, we're going to take a photo with your masks
네,
wearing.
중앙에 있는 카메라 보시고요. 찍겠습니다.
Please see the camera at the center.
둘, 셋. 네, 마스크 때문에 미소가 보이질 않으니까.
Although you're smiling, we cannot see your smile. It's the mask. So please hold
하나 둘 하면 화이팅! 한번 외쳐보는 거
hold your
어떨까요? 마스크는 착용하신 상태고요.
fist with your
네,
mask
최고야로
on.
하겠습니다.
Let's chant 최고야.
네, 고맙습니다. 모든 분들
Thank you
수고하셨고요.
all.
다시 자리로 돌아가
So
주시기
please
바랍니다. 여러분 다시
go
한번
back
큰
to your
박수
seat and take your
보내주십시오.
seat. Please give them a big round of applause.
네, 고맙습니다. 오늘
Thank you all.
현장에 함께하고 계신 분들 그리고
And all the
통해서 연결하신
people
모든 분들 그리고
who are present
온라인
here today and the
통해서
viewers
함께하시는
through the
모든
Zoom
분들도
and the
이
YouTube
대한민국
online broadcast.
직업교육
Now you're going
현장에서
to
그 발전을 이끌어낼 수
you
있는
are
방안을
watching the faces of who
함께
lead the
부탁드리겠습니다.
development and
자,
innovation
그럼
of the
지금부터
TVET in Korea.
본격적으로
So
오늘의
now we're going to
세미나를
have
시작하겠습니다.
open this
오늘
today's seminar.
세미나는 총
This
네
today's
개의
seminar we are going to have
국가의
four
직업교육
presentations
혁신
about
사례와
the
운영 방안 발표로
innovations and
구성이
operation
되는데요.
practices
첫
of
번째
four
주제
major
발표는
countries. The
미국에서
first presentation is coming from the
현장으로
US.
직접 모시고
So we
싶었지만
actually
코로나
wanted to
사태
invite them
때문에
here,
저희가
but due to the
온라인
COVID-19,
생중계로
we have
연결을
to
해서
connect them
실시간으로
through the
발표를
online
전해드릴
live
예정이고요. 지금 두 분께서
broadcast.
준비하고
So we do
계시는데
have two
저희가
persons
줌
preparing for
온라인
this.
화면을 통해서는 두
So
분의 얼굴을 뵙고요.
we are going to watch their faces through the Zoom online, and
앞쪽은 한국어로
there are
내용이 준비되어 있고
their presentation
이렇게
materials on your
뒤집으시면 영어로 바로
seminar
발표 자료가
book,
준비되어
and there's
있습니다.
a Korean
실시간으로
version and
발표를
English
들어보시면서
version.
혹시
So while
궁금한 점
you're listening to
있으시면
their
자료집을
presentation, please
참고해
refer to the
주시기 바랍니다.
seminar book for your
첫
reference.
번째 발표 주제는요.
The theme of
지역과
first
함께하는 미국
presentation
커뮤니티
is
컬리지
the
운영
operation
사례고요.
practice of
피어스 컬리지
community
미셸
colleges in the
총장님께서
U.S. in local
발표해
communities.
주시고
And the
박명래
presentation will be
부총장님께서
presented by the
해주시겠습니다.
Chancellor and CEO of Michelle
First session will
Johnson,
be about
and the Vice
operating
Chairman
practices
of
community
Bang
colleges
Myung-nae
in
will
local community
interpret what
communities.
she said.
Let us invite Miss Michelle L. Johnson, the Chancellor and CEO of Pierce College, and Miss Bang Myung-rae, the Executive Director of Pierce College. 여러분 두 분을 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
Please give them a big round of applause.
네, 인사를 한번 나눠 보도록 하겠습니다. Hi,
We're
Miss
going to have a
Johnson.
chat.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good. So how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. It's an honor to be here. Should I go ahead and begin?
Let me introduce the Executive Director Bang Myung-rae first.
Okay.
Thank you very much for joining us today. 그리고 박명래 부총장님 잘 들리십니까?
네, 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하십니까 부총장님. 오늘 함께해 주셔서 감사하고요. 오늘 순차 통역도 잘 부탁드리겠습니다.
네.
Okay, Miss Johnson, are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, please go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you, Chairman Lee, for this invitation to be with you this evening. It is an honor. It is 10 o'clock p.m. Monday here in Washington State, USA. And as you can see, I'm joined by Dr. Myung-rae Park, who is our international director and who will be my translator.
오늘 이 자리에 초대해 주신 이석행 이사장님께 감사드립니다. 여러분과 같이 할 수 있어서 영광입니다. 이곳은 월요일 밤 10시입니다. 저희 대학 박명래 박사가 통역을 해줄 것입니다.
We have had an ongoing relationship with Korea Polytechnic colleges for the past 7 years. And we regret that due to COVID-19 that we're unable to join you in person. I had the opportunity to visit 2 of your campuses in years past, and I'm impressed with the work that you are doing to support workforce and vocational education. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share with you our work in professional, technical, and workforce education.
저희 대학은 지난 7년 동안 한국폴리텍대학과 지속적인 관계를 유지해 왔습니다. 코로나로 인해 영상으로 참여하게 되어 아쉽습니다. 한국 출장 시 폴리텍대학 캠퍼스 2곳을 방문할 기회가 있었습니다. 직업교육을 위해 하시는 일들을 보고 깊은 감명을 받았습니다. 저희 대학이 직업교육 분야에서 하고 있는 일들을 여러분과 공유할 수 있는 기회를 주셔서 감사합니다.
I have been the chancellor and CEO of Pierce College since 2005, and I am now beginning my 43rd year at the college. I have been a professor, a workforce dean, overseeing all of our professional technical programs, the chief academic officer, a campus president, and now CEO of the district. And I would like to give you a local and state view of workforce education.
저는 2005년부터 현재까지 43년간 피어스 칼리지에서 교수, 직업교육학장, 교무처장, 캠퍼스 총장을 거쳐 지금은 CEO직을 맡고 있습니다. 이제 정부 차원에서 보는 직업교육에 대해 설명드리겠습니다.
Community and technical colleges are democracies colleges. We were built with the idea that people from all backgrounds and incomes should have the right to higher education. We were created in the knowledge that education empowers people, that it builds better lives, and it creates stronger communities. Our students are key to building a bright future for America with a stronger and more inclusive economy.
커뮤니티 칼리지는 민주주의를 지향하는 교육기관입니다. 저희는 모든 국민은 사회적 배경이나 경제적 지위에 관계없이 누구나 다 고등교육을 받을 권리가 있다는 원칙 아래 세워졌습니다. 교육은 개인에게 힘을 부여해주고 더 나은 삶을 만들어주고 더욱 강한 커뮤니티를 형성하게 해준다는 것을 저희는 잘 알고 있습니다. 저희 학생들은 더욱 강하고 포용적인 경제를 만들어 저희의 밝은 미래를 구축할 핵심입니다.
In the state of Washington, there are 34 community and technical colleges that are part of our system, each serving a local community. Pierce College is a two-college district within our system, Pierce College Fort Steilacoom and Pierce College Puyallup. We also have a large training site at Joint Base Lewis McChord that supports our active duty military, reserves, veterans, and their families.
워싱턴주에는 34개의 커뮤니티 앤 테크니컬 칼리지가 있으며 각 대학은 자신들이 속해 있는 지역사회가 필요로 하는 일들을 하고 있습니다. 저희는 피어스 칼리지 포트 스타일컴과 피어스 칼리지 퓨얼럽 두 개의 대학으로 구성된 학군입니다. 또한 저희는 루이스 모코드 공동기지 안에 대규모 훈련 사이트를 갖고 현역 군인, 예비군, 참전용사 및 그 가족들을 지원하고 있습니다.
We serve over 16,000 students at Pierce College each year, and our state system serves over 360,000 students. Our overall goal is to increase the number of young people and adults who have high-level skills to compete in the 21st century. Our statewide business roundtable has determined that within the next 5 years, 70% of all adults will need some education beyond high school. And right now, only 35% have some post-secondary education.
매년 16,000명 이상의 학생들이 피어스 칼리지에서 교육을 받고 있으며 36만 명 이상의 워싱턴주 학생들이 34개 대학을 통해서 교육을 받고 있습니다. 저희의 목표는 21세기가 필요로 하는 고도의 기술을 갖춘 청장년 수를 늘리는 것입니다. 워싱턴주 비즈니스 라운드테이블에서는 향후 5년 이내에 70%의 직업이 고등교육을 필요로 할 것이라고 예측하고 있습니다. 현재는 35%만이 고등교육을 받고 있습니다.
Community colleges are supported through state revenues that make up about 50% of our college budget. We also have contracts with local businesses and organizations and school districts that make up about 10% of the budget, and student tuition is about 40%. Our students can get grants from both the federal and state government, as well as loans to support their education.
커뮤니티 칼리지는 주정부로부터 대학 운영 자금의 50%를 지원받고 있습니다. 지역에 있는 기업 및 고등학교와 같이 하는 교육 프로그램을 통해서 발생하는 수익금이 대학 운영 자금의 10%를 충당합니다. 나머지 40%는 학생들의 등록금으로 충당하고 있습니다. 저희 학생들은 가정 형편에 따라 연방 정부 및 주정부로부터 무상으로 학자금을 보조받을 수 있으며 필요에 따라서는 대출도 받을 수 있습니다.
And let me tell you about who we are. First, we pride ourselves in being an open access institution where anyone and all can attend our college regardless of background and preparation. There are no admission standards except for specialized programs like nursing and dental hygiene. However, our students need to complete developmental courses if they are below college entrance standards before they can take college level courses. It's our role to help them succeed with a number of support systems.
저희 대학에 대해 말씀드리겠습니다. 첫째, 저희 대학은 학생들의 사회적 배경이나 학업 능력에 관계없이 누구나 교육을 받을 수 있도록 오픈되어 있는 대학이라는 것에 자부심을 갖고 있습니다. 간호학과 및 치의생과와 같이 특정한 교과 과정을 요구하는 분야를 제외하고는 입학 기준이 없습니다. 그러나 학업 능력이 미비해서 대학 교과 과정을 따라갈 수 없는 학생들은 저희 대학에서 제공하는 영어, 수학 등 기초 교과 과정을 먼저 이수하고 정규 과목을 이수해야 합니다. 적절한 교육 지원 시스템을 만들어 학생들이 처해 있는 상황을 극복하고 성공적으로 학업을 마칠 수 있도록 돕는 것이 대학의 역할입니다.
We provide day and evening classes, face-to-face and online. And of course, now with COVID-19, we've had to adapt primarily to a remote online environment. And we're committed to racial and social equity and justice. Our students come from many backgrounds with differing abilities. 50% of our students are of color. 65% are the first in their family to go to college. And many of our students both work and go to school. Our average age is 27. And last year, our youngest graduate was 16, and our oldest was 72.
수업은 대면 및 비대면으로 진행하며 주간 수업과 야간 수업을 제공하고 있습니다. 지금은 코로나 영향으로 모든 것을 온라인으로 진행하고 있습니다. 저희 대학은 인종적, 사회적 평등과 정의를 실현하기 위해 노력하고 있습니다. 저희 학생들은 다양한 능력과 다양한 생활 환경을 갖고 있습니다. 학생들의 50%가 유색인종이고 65%의 학생들이 부모님이 대학 교육을 받지 못한 분들입니다. 또한 많은 학생들이 일을 하며 학교에 다닙니다. 저희 학생들의 평균 연령은 27세입니다. 작년 졸업생 중 가장 어린 학생은 16세였고 가장 나이가 많은 졸업생은 72세였습니다.
In addition to serving our local communities, we have approximately 500 international students from 36 different countries. This provides the opportunity for both our American and international students to learn and study with individuals from around the globe. And we are about opportunity and prosperity for all.
지역사회에 봉사하는 것 외에도 저희 대학은 유학생들에게도 학문의 기회를 부여하고 있습니다. 저희 대학에는 36개 나라에서 온 500여 명의 유학생이 있습니다. 이를 통해 현지 학생과 다른 문화에서 온 학생들이 함께 배우고 연구할 수 있는 기회를 제공합니다. 저희 학교는 기회와 성공을 추구합니다.
Community colleges play a major role in economic development in our communities. We at Pierce College serve on workforce and economic development councils, industry panels, and chambers of commerce so that we can learn about the needs of our businesses and industries. And we also work with local nonprofit organizations that support our diverse populations of students. And so that we can both encourage individuals to come study with us and also they can serve as mentors to our students.
커뮤니티 칼리지는 지역 경제에 중요한 역할을 합니다. 피어스 칼리지는 인력 자원 및 경제개발위원회, 산업 패널 및 상공회의소에 참여하고 있으며 지역 경제와 인더스트리에 필요로 하는 사항을 연구하고 있습니다. 또한 저희는 다양한 백그라운드를 가지고 있는 학생들을 지원하는 지역 비영리 단체와 협력하여 그들이 저희 대학에서 함께 공부하도록 장려하고 멘토를 해주는 역할을 하고 있습니다.
I'd like to outline the key mission areas of the college so that you have a framework for the way that we work with business and industry and our role in transfer to the university, as well as how we support our students and our community in developing innovative and engaged individuals.
피어스 칼리지의 주요 미션에 대해 간략하게 설명하며 저희 학교가 어떻게 기업들과 협력하고 있는지, 학생들이 4년제 대학으로 편입하는 것을 어떻게 돕고 있는지, 창의적이고 사회 참여도가 높은 시민 양성을 위해 저희는 무엇을 하고 있는지를 설명해 드리겠습니다.
We have four major mission areas. Our largest mission area is college transfer. So we offer an associate degree, which is the first 2 years for a traditional bachelor's degree. Our students select career major pathways that include science, technology, and math, business, education, healthcare, communications and humanities, and social science and public services. Our students complete the general education requirements and prerequisites for university majors.
저희 대학에서는 4가지의 주요 미션 영역이 있습니다. 가장 큰 임무는 대학 편입 과정입니다. 저희는 4년제 학사학위의 첫 2년인 준학사학위를 제공하고 있습니다. 저희 학생들은 과학, 기술 및 수학, 비즈니스, 교육, 의료, 커뮤니케이션 및 인문학, 사회과학 및 공공 서비스를 포함하는 전공 과목을 선택합니다. 학생들은 전공을 위해 필요한 교양 과목 및 4년제 대학에서 요구하는 전제 조건들을 저희 대학에서 수료합니다.
Students have the freedom to change their majors, but they might need to take more credits to meet requirements of a new major, which could cost them more time and money. And when they transfer to the university, they should have taken all of the right courses in that major. And in Washington State, we have a direct transfer agreement, which means that students can transfer to the university as a junior if they complete an associate's degree and have all the general education and prerequisites in their major.
학생들은 언제든지 전공 분야를 자유롭게 바꿀 수 있습니다. 하지만 새로 선택한 전공 분야에서 요구하는 사항을 충족하기 위해 더 많은 학점을 이수해야 하기 때문에 더 많은 시간과 비용이 들 수도 있습니다. 학생들이 4년제 대학으로 편입할 때 전공에 필요한 모든 과정을 저희 대학에서 마칠 수 있도록 돕고 있습니다. 워싱턴주에는 Direct Transfer Agreement라는 제도가 있습니다. 이 제도는 학생들이 준학사학위를 이수하고 전공 분야에서 필요로 하는 모든 일반 교육 및 전제 조건을 2년제 대학에서 갖추고 나면 4년제 대학 3학년으로 편입할 수 있도록 만들어진 제도입니다.
Our second mission area is certificate and degrees in over 50 professional technical programs. That includes such things as nursing and dental hygiene, computer technology, construction management, digital design, criminal justice, early childhood education, and those are just to name a few. Many of our students also in these fields have wanted new professional career advancement, so we now offer a Bachelor's of Applied Science in 5 program areas, like dental hygiene, applied business management, homeland security, and education. And one of our sister colleges within our community offers a wide array of programs in the trades, such as carpentry and electrician, welding, automotive, and some other technical programs. Because we're neighbors, we don't duplicate the programs they offer, but we work together to serve our local community.
두 번째 주요 미션은 간호, 치위생, 컴퓨터 기술, 건설 관리, 디지털 디자인, 형사법 등을 포함하는 50개 이상의 전문 기술 분야의 자격증 및 학위 과정입니다. 이 분야의 많은 학생들이 새로운 경력 개발을 원하고 있어서 저희 대학에서는 치위생, 비즈니스 관리, 국토안보, 교육 등 5개 분야에서 4년제 학위를 수여하고 있습니다. 저희 커뮤니티에 있는 자매대학 중 하나는 목공 및 전기 기술자 과정, 용접, 자동차 및 기타 기술 프로그램과 같은 다양한 분야의 프로그램을 제공합니다. 저희는 이웃이기 때문에 그들이 제공하는 프로그램을 중복하지 않고 보다 다양한 프로그램으로 지역사회에 봉사하기 위해 상호 협력합니다.
A core element of each of our programs is an active advisory committee consisting of industry representatives. When preparing for a new program, we first need to demonstrate to our state board for community and technical colleges the demand for a new program. We look at labor market data and we talk with industry experts to determine the need. Then business leaders on our advisory committees, they identify the knowledge, skills, and abilities that are needed in the field. Our faculty develop the curriculum and internships around those knowledge, skills, and abilities. And then we seek final state approval to offer the program. Our advisory committees meet at least once a year to keep the program current, and many of them meet more often than that.
저희 프로그램의 핵심 요소는 관련 산업의 대표들로 구성된 자문위원회입니다. 새로운 프로그램을 준비할 때 저희는 먼저 새로운 프로그램에 대한 수요를 워싱턴주 위원회에 입증해야 합니다. 레이버 마켓 데이터를 보고 업계 전문가와 상의하여 교육 프로그램의 필요성을 검증합니다. 그 뒤 자문위원회에서 속해 있는 비즈니스 리더들이 학생들이 습득해야 할 지식, 기술 및 능력을 식별해 줍니다. 이것을 바탕으로 저희 교수진은 교과 과정과 인턴십을 개발합니다. 그 뒤 저희는 프로그램을 제공할 수 있도록 주정부의 승인을 얻어냅니다. 자문위원회는 프로그램이 변화에 부응할 수 있도록 돕기 위해 적어도 1년에 한 번씩 모여서 회의를 합니다. 대부분의 자문위원들은 그보다 더 자주 만나서 회의를 하고 계십니다.
A third mission area is adult basic skills, which includes high school completion for adults and English as a second language. First, regarding high school completion, sometimes circumstances cause students to drop out of school. And as they become adults, they may realize the need to complete a high school diploma and more. And so those individuals can come to our college and get their diploma.
세 번째 미션은 성인을 위한 고등학교 수료 과정과 제2의 언어로 영어를 배워야 하는 성인들을 위한 기초과정 프로그램입니다. 상황에 따라 학생들은 고등학교를 중퇴하는 경우가 있습니다. 후에 성인이 되면 고등학교 졸업장 등 교육에 대한 필요성을 깨닫게 되는 경우가 많이 있습니다. 그런 분들은 저희 대학에 와서 수업을 들은 뒤 고등학교 졸업장을 받으실 수 있습니다.
And regarding English as a second language, we help immigrants gain the language skills that they need to participate in the American workplace. So unlike some countries where there is little opportunity for basic education beyond high school years, community colleges are second chances for many. Many adult students who complete their high school diploma or English with us continue into one of our many certificate and degree programs. This provides for self-sufficiency and reduces the need for public assistance and individuals who have little opportunity to good jobs. So we cannot afford to lose any person in our society.
또한 저희는 제2 언어로 영어를 배워야 하는 이민자들이 미국에서 직장을 갖기 위해 필요한 언어 능력을 습득할 수 있도록 돕고 있습니다. 고등학교 이후에는 영어나 수학 등 기초 교육을 받을 기회가 거의 부여되지 않고 있는 많은 국가들과는 달리 미국의 커뮤니티 칼리지는 사람들에게 두 번째 기회를 제공합니다. 고등학교 졸업 과정이나 영어 과정을 마친 후 많은 분들이 수료증 및 학위 프로그램 중 하나를 선택해서 학업을 계속하고 계십니다. 스스로 자립할 수 있는 기회를 부여하고 좋은 직업을 가질 수 있는 기회가 없어서 국가로부터 생활지원금을 받아야 하는 상황을 줄여주기 위한 프로그램입니다. 어느 누구도 기회가 없어서 실패한 삶을 살도록 방치할 수는 없습니다.
We have strong relationships with our local high schools. Many students can come and study with us in their junior and senior years of high school and complete both their high school diploma and associate degree at the same time. This gives them a running start on their college education. Students can also complete advanced placement courses in high school, and if they score high enough on the exam, the AP courses can be counted as part of their college degree. And we also have strong articulation agreements with our high schools so that students can transition from their high school vocational programs into one of our college certificate and degree programs.
저희 학교는 지역 고등학교와 긴밀한 관계를 맺고 있습니다. 학생들이 고등학교 2, 3학년 때 저희 학교에 와서 수업을 듣게 되면 고등학교 졸업장과 준학사 학위를 동시에 마칠 수 있습니다. 이것은 학생들에게 대학 과정을 남보다 좀 더 빠르게 시작할 수 있는 기회를 제공하기 위해서 만들어진 프로그램입니다. 또한 학생들은 고등학교에서 Advanced Placement 과정을 이수할 수 있으며 시험에서 충분히 높은 점수를 받으면 대학 학위에 필요한 교과목 이수로 간주됩니다. 저희는 또한 지역 고등학교와 맞춤형 교육 프로그램을 만들어서 실업계 고등학교 과정을 마친 뒤 우리 대학 수료증 및 학위 과정 중 하나로 편입할 수 있는 프로그램을 진행하고 있습니다.
Our fourth mission area is community and continuing education and customized training. So Pierce College provides customized training for businesses through a variety of ways. I'll share 3 examples. First, we have a partnership with 2 of our sister colleges to create a training arm. Businesses can contract with us directly to provide an array of training for their employees. A second example is a program offered by our state government that provides funds through community colleges called the Job Skills Program. This program provides a $1-to-$1 match for employers who want us to develop training programs for their workers so that they can be promoted and so that the employer can also create new jobs for additional workers. The wages that are paid during the training by the company can be counted for the dollar for dollar match. And a third example of training is that individuals can also enroll on their own in continuing education programs for specific skills that will enhance their work. These are generally non-credit, self-support courses that do not receive state funding. Courses include such things as supervisory skills, computer applications, human relations, public speaking, and others. This is just a few.
네 번째 미션 영역은 평생 교육 및 맞춤형 교육입니다. 피어스 칼리지는 다양한 방법으로 지역 내 기업을 위한 맞춤형 교육을 제공합니다. 세 가지 예를 공유하겠습니다. 첫째로, 저희는 2개의 자매대학과 파트너십을 맺어 훈련 부서를 만들었습니다. 기업은 직원들에게 다양한 교육을 제공하기 위해 이 훈련 부서와 직접 계약을 할 수 있습니다. 두 번째 예는 주정부에서 커뮤니티 칼리지를 통해 교육 자금을 제공하는 Job Skills 프로그램입니다. 이 프로그램은 직원들을 승진시키고 추가로 직원을 고용하기 위해 직업 훈련 프로그램을 개발하기를 원하는 고용주들에게 주정부에서 교육에 필요한 경비를 1대1로 매치해주는 프로그램입니다. 고용주가 교육과정 중에 직원에게 임금을 지불할 경우 그 임금도 1대1 매칭 대상이 됩니다. 세 번째 예는 개인이 자신의 업무 능력을 향상시키기 위해 특정 기술에 대한 교육 프로그램에 스스로 등록할 수도 있다는 것입니다. 이 프로그램은 학생 등록금만으로 운영되며 일반적으로 주정부 보조가 없는 프로그램입니다. 프로그램에는 지도자 교육, 컴퓨터 응용 프로그램, 인간관계 및 대중연설 등의 과목들이 있습니다.
Regarding assessment, our public community and technical colleges and universities are primarily funded for enrollments, with some funding based on performance measures that include retention and completion and closing equity gaps among our most historically marginalized populations. International students are not included in our state-funded enrollments, and we only receive the tuition from international students and do not receive any additional state funds.
주정부에서는 대학 운영 자금을 결정하기 위해 대학의 효율성을 측정할 때는 먼저 등록 학생 수를 봅니다. 그리고 사회적 형평성 격차 해소를 위해 사회적 약자층에 속하는 학생들의 등록수, 그들의 학업 진행 및 졸업률을 측정해서 별도의 운영 자금을 지원합니다. 정부 예산 측정 시 유학생들은 등록 학생 수에서 제외됩니다. 유학생들의 경우는 등록금만으로 운영되며 정부 보조금에서 제외됩니다.
And because we are open access, some students have to first improve their skills to be fully ready to complete a degree. So also part of our assessment is our policymakers and legislators look at the labor market data to determine that if our students are successful in getting jobs. And they also compare the earnings of the different levels of education from high school to post-secondary certificate, associate degree, bachelor degree, and graduate degrees. There is a strong correlation between education and earning power, which translates into a good investment on state funding.
저희는 개방형 대학이기 때문에 학위 과정으로 곧바로 들어가기 어려운 학생들도 많이 있습니다. 이들은 학업 능력을 키워주는 교과 과정을 먼저 이수한 뒤에 학위 과정에 들어가야 합니다. 대학 효율성 평가의 일환으로 정책 입안자와 입법자들은 레이버 마켓 데이터를 보고 학생들이 졸업 후 취업에 성공했는지를 확인하십니다. 또한 고등학교, 준학사 학위, 학사 학위 및 석사 학위별로 소득이 얼마나 달라지는지를 비교합니다. 학위가 높을수록 소득이 올라간다는 것이 증명되고 있으며 이 점은 정부의 자금이 교육에 쓰여질 만큼 국민에게 돌아오는 혜택이 높아지고 있다는 것을 말합니다.
Across the USA, a number of nonprofit organizations, foundations, and industry think tanks provide grant opportunities for colleges and universities to improve student retention, completion, career pathways, and job placement. The most prestigious award for community and technical colleges is the Aspen Prize for Community College Excellence. Every 2 years, the Aspen Institute, which is a nonprofit think tank, has a competition where they review student outcomes across over 1,000 community and technical colleges in the nation, and then they identify the top 150 colleges based on student and organizational outcomes. The top 150 are invited to make an application to compete for a share of $1 million prize.
미국 전역의 많은 비영리 단체 및 장학재단은 학생 유지, 졸업, 직종 선택 과정 및 취업 알선 제도를 개선하기 위해 많은 운영 보조금을 지원합니다. 커뮤니티 앤 테크니컬 칼리지에서 받을 수 있는 가장 영예로운 상은 커뮤니티 칼리지 엑셀런스에 대한 에스펜 프라이즈입니다. 비영리 띵탱크인 에스펜 인스티튜트는 2년마다 전국의 1,000개 이상의 커뮤니티 앤 테크니컬 칼리지의 교육 효율성을 검토하고 학생들의 능력 향상 정도를 측정한 뒤 상위 150대학을 선정하는 대회를 개최합니다. 상위 150대학에 선택된 대학은 $100만 상금을 놓고 경쟁하기 위해 신청서를 작성할 자격이 부여됩니다.
A review committee from the Aspen Institute, along with industry leaders, evaluate those applications and then select the top 10. A review panel of 4 then spends 3 days at each of the 10 colleges, meeting with a variety of faculty, administrators, and students to assess their work, programs, student outcomes, and the overall operations and strategies for success. Then a different panel of industry experts and foundation leaders review the results of those 10 panels that visited the colleges, and they award a top prize of $700,000 to the winner. And then they distribute the remaining $300,000 to 4 colleges that make up the top 5. Pierce College was fortunate to be selected in 2019 as a rising star in the top 5. And we received $100,000, which we gave to an emergency student success fund to support our most vulnerable students. We are again in the top 10 for the 2021 competition. We actually had Aspen visit us 2 weeks ago, and we will know in May of 2021 whether or not we will have made the top 5 and will share in the prize money. And we, of course, are hoping to finish number 1.
에스펜 인스티튜트는 업계 지도자들로 구성된 검토위원회가 신청서를 평가하고 탑 10을 선택합니다. 그런 다음 4명의 검토위원들이 10개 대학을 각각 3일씩 방문해서 다양한 교수진, 경영진 및 학생들과 직접 만나서 회의를 하고 교육 프로그램, 학생들의 학업 능력의 향상 정도, 전반적인 학교 운영 및 성공 전략 등의 저희가 신청서에 적은 내용들을 직접 검토하고 확인합니다. 그 결과를 업계 전문가와 장학재단 지도자들로 구성된 또 다른 위원들이 대학을 방문한 10명의 검토위원들의 보고서를 다시 검토하고 탑 우승자에게 최고 상금 70만 불을 수여하고 나머지 30만 불을 4개 대학에 분배해 줍니다. 피어스 칼리지는 2019년에 탑 5에서 라이징 스타로 선정되었으며 상금으로 받은 10만 불을 사회적 취약층 학생들을 지원하기 위해 Emergency Student Success Fund를 조성했습니다. 저희는 2021년에 열리는 대회에서 탑 10으로 다시 선정되었고 2주 전에 에스펜 검토위원들이 3일간 저희 대학을 방문했으며 2021년 5월에 발표되는 탑 5 대학에 선정되기를 기다리고 있습니다. 물론 이번에는 1위에 선정되기를 바라고 있습니다.
Our community colleges are a great state investment. We play a major role in economic vitality. And during the last recession of 2008, we helped thousands of individuals learn new skills and to prepare for a changing economy. And we will once again help our community rebound and recover from the economic impacts of COVID-19. And as we begin to reopen our country, Pierce College will need to retrain and support individuals for the change. We're not certain of what the future will bring, but we know that Pierce College will be there to adapt and to provide new opportunities for education and growth.
커뮤니티 칼리지에 쓰는 정부 예산은 아주 훌륭한 투자입니다. 커뮤니티 칼리지는 경제 활력에 중요한 역할을 합니다. 지난 2008년의 불경기 동안 저희는 수천 명의 개인이 새로운 기술을 배우고 변화하는 경제에 대처하도록 도왔습니다. 우리는 다시 한번 우리 사회가 코로나로 어려워진 경제적 상황에서 회복하고 다시 일어설 수 있도록 도울 것입니다. 닫혀있던 사회활동이 재개되면 피어스 칼리지는 변화된 경제 상황에 적응할 수 있도록 사람들을 재교육하고 지원을 할 것입니다. 우리에게 어떤 미래가 올지는 정확히 예측할 수 없지만 피어스 칼리지는 새로운 상황에 적응하며 교육과 성장을 위한 새로운 기회를 제공할 것입니다.
And that concludes my presentation. It has been an honor to be with you this evening. I hope you will all continue to be safe and healthy and will continue to experience prosperity and joy as you navigate the challenges facing us all. Thank you very much.
이것으로 오늘의 프레젠테이션을 마칩니다. 여러분과 함께하게 되어 영광입니다. 모두 안전하고 건강하게 지내시며 어려운 상황 속에서도 번영과 기쁨이 함께 하시기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
네, 여러분 두 분께 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Thank you very much for your impressive speech. It was really helpful. 네, 그리고 박명래 부총장님 매끄러운 순차 통역 도와주셔서 다시 한번 감사드립니다. We're gonna meet you at the second session, right?
Interpretation.
Okay, see you again very soon. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주십시오. Thank you. Bye. See you.
Thank you.
Bye. 네, 첫 번째 세션은 이렇게 마무리를
Well,
했고요.
that was the first presentation, and now we will listen to the second presentation. The second presentation is about the German VAT, and we will invite Barbara Jolman, the President and CEO of KCCI, for her presentation.
Chamber of Commerce and Industry. She will give a presentation on operating practices of vocational education system in Germany. 여러분 큰 박수로 대표님을 맞아주시기 바랍니다.
Please give her a
Please
big
come forward to
hand.
the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take off my mask. I think then I can speak better if this is permissible on the stage. Is that okay?
Yes,
Yeah?
sure.
Okay, then let me take it off. Yeah, thank you very much one more time, Chairman E and all representatives of Korea Polytech to be able to present the German vocational training system in the way it works in Germany, but also here in Korea. We go back with the relations between KOPO and the KGCCI to 2018, when we had the chance to sign a memorandum of understanding in Berlin at our headquarters, the Association of German Chambers of Commerce there, which are part of the success factor of the system that I would like to present to you today. Just for your understanding what kind of organization you talk to, I looked at the agenda, and I think we have all school representatives here, and I represent a different fraction, the businesses. And I'm talking to you as a business representative here in Korea for German companies, but I also talk to you as one graduate of the vocational training system in Germany. This dates back to 1987 when I started out as an industrial clerk. Our organization, the German Chamber Network, is there in order to help companies to enter other markets. And you can compare us to KOTRA, the Korea Trade Investment Promotion Agency. So our role is similar, but we are no government agency. We are a private business representative. And in addition, we have a membership which connects us immediately with companies. We have locations in 92 countries, similar to us, and more importantly, the smallest number on this slide is 79. And this 79 stands for the German Chambers of Commerce, IHK, in Germany themselves, which are by law involved in the German vocational training. And I will explain a little bit later how. Just to finish up the understanding of what we do, so we serve companies, both Korean and German, with market entry and expansion support of any kind. And when it comes to the companies here in Korea, once they have settled, they need people. And part of this we cover through the vocational educational training that we introduced in Korea in 2017. So what is this vocational education and training system in Germany? It really comes from a different perspective. We have 1.3 million German graduates, high school graduates participating in it. They are between 16 and 19 years old, depending on what school they come from and what kind of achievements they have made there. And these 1.3 million are about half of the people, 50% of the people who enter the job market or the academic field. The educational training is provided in Germany in exactly 327 occupations. And this breaks down that this covers apprentices for more than 15,000 different professions. And what this shows is that the training occupations are very broad and also very deep, so that they can really serve 15,000 different professions. And you see on the bottom the representatives of the chambers who support the system. 60% of the professions and the occupations, I should say, are covered by industry and commerce. But we already heard in the previous presentation, the trades are very much involved, but also the agricultural sector, public service, and liberal professions to some extent. So where does this vocational training system start? And it starts with the companies. That's the change in perspective we're making here when you compare this to other systems, like, for example, the ones that we've seen with the community college. Here, the starting point is the needs of the companies. And every company defines it differently for itself. It depends on the type of industry they are in. It depends on their size. It depends on their location. And all of this defines if they hire 100 or 400 per year, or just one single young person who gets into this vocational education and training program. And why is it important to start with the companies? It's because they get into a contract with the young people. So they sign a contract with a 16 or 17-year-old young person in order for them to train them in a certain profession. And this young man or young woman, whoever it is, in this contract, they sign to all rights and obligations, and they also receive a payment like a salary just for the education and training. So I think it's a very proud moment for young people at this age when they sign a contract with any prestigious company. They earn their own money, and this kind of gets them kick-started in their professional lives. And because of this, I call it the primate of the company side, it's also 70% of the education that is done in the company. Not in the school, in the company. This is why it's so important to monitor the company, that they also have the right setup in order to really do this education. And then we call it a dual system. The schools come in. So 30% of the education is also done in vocational schools. And they complement what is being taught in the companies from a more theoretical and and bird's eye view point of view. These two parts are very important to get together so that the young people also develop a more broader understanding, which is not only tied to the specific company where they are educated, but they need to have a broad understanding of what's happening in the industry so that they can also easily switch companies at a later point of view. So let's look a little bit more at the roles that the two partners have. We just talked about the company, the schools, that they come more from a theoretical point of view, where they explain how certain systems work, and they are also ones who will provide a certificate at the end of this training. So this is one part of the achievement made here. The company has a different role. On the one hand, they are giving the practical knowledge, so really at the object or with the customer. But in addition to that, they also form the young people in their professional basics. So what they also learn is they learn about work ethics. They learn about teamwork. They learn to receive feedback, or they learn to respond to criticism. So it's very important for young people who are still in their formation phase to also learn these basics of an education. So it's coming with the package, kind of. And here the companies play a very important role. There are several partners involved. It's not only the companies and the schools, but we have two very important other partners as well. On the one hand, it's the government. It comes in at the moment where we have to give this educational training a framework. Because the system in Germany is based on the fact that it has quality standards which are supposed to be met by all the companies. And also the content that shall be taught to the young people should be the same, except for the specifics of the companies doing the training. But all of the rest is more or less standardized and at a specific quality level. For this, it's very important that the government comes in and kind of puts this curricula onto a national stage. We mention it here as recognition of the standard curricula. And there's also a law related to this vocational training. But how do these curricula get together? And that's also one of the success factors, how it is done. It's really a, let's say, a group work, yeah, of all parties involved, of the companies, of the schools, of trade unions, and of chambers of commerce. And why do the chambers of commerce come in as the fourth partner and really one of the other partners who give the system a structure? The chambers of commerce have a very strong role in Germany, and by law, because they are also representative of German businesses, they are mandated to be an active part of the vocational training system. And what do? They participate in the development of the curricula because they are basically company representatives. They register the signed contracts between the companies and the young people in order to also make it not just a contract between the two of them, but to give it a framework. So once the contract is signed, no party can just say tomorrow, oh, I decided not to continue, because then certain mechanisms will step in. For example, the German Chamber of Commerce also employs so-called consultants who have been trainers in companies themselves, for example. And whenever there's a conflict or a young person doesn't want to continue their education, or there's a conflict between the company and the young trainee, then the consultant from the chamber steps in and he tries to mediate in the situation, understand where the difficulties lie, and then step in to help to make it possible for the young person to continue its education. Because the worst thing, I think, is when you interrupt it in the middle, of the time, then you don't have certificates, so you lose the time that you have invested, and this is something you only want to do as ultima ratio. There's a lot that you can do in between. Then our chambers are very much involved in the training of the trainers, because that's a very important part. Not just that a company says, okay, I would like to do some training in my company. They also have to provide the necessary training to one or more trainers in their organization. And this trainer monitors that the trainees go through all the steps that are foreseen in the curriculum, that they meet certain learnings at a certain point in time, because the learnings, they just build upon each other like a ladder. So you have to do the first step in order to make the next one, and that's something that is monitored there as well. So these are parts where the chambers are involved, so they are really a crucial part of the success of the system. I think I can skip this because I already explained it. And how do we translate the system to Korea? First of all, it's made for Germany, not for any other country. But German companies are going all over the world, and they are missing the kind of skills that young people usually have in the labor market. So they come to a different country and say, hey, where can I find those people? And for this reason, we as German chambers abroad, we start, if there is a need from companies, the same kind of system in the country that we are in, unless it's already existing there. But for Korea, for example, our company signaled to us, we have a need. We are looking for people, but we don't find the ones with the right skills. What can we do? So it took us 2 years to speak with companies and to find out what can we do, and then we said, okay, we go ahead and build the German system here in Korea. It's really, kind of work, because the system here in Korea is so different, so you have to build the structures in order to be able to do this. But it's possible. And because our organization is doing this worldwide, they also started to have quality standards for German vocational training abroad. So not that the systems are all different in the countries. They want to keep up the standard and the brand of German vocational training. That's why they have 3 different types of certificates, which basically mean the guidelines that you follow. The A certificate is the closest to what you can do in a foreign country. This is what we do here for the automotive industry currently, where people are, for example, in our case, they are becoming car mechanics. This is a training which takes 3 years, and in Korea you have to add the military service. It's coming in between. So this tells you it's quite a challenge to adapt it to a different country. But here we follow the system as close as possible to Germany. Then there is the option, if it's not possible to implement this in a country, let's say you go to Africa, where the structures are really different, or other parts of Asia, then you have the possibility to adapt, and then from there you go to B and C certificates. And all of this is monitored by our German Chambers of Commerce abroad, in Germany. So we have to submit all the parts that we do, and then they evaluate if we are still following the system as it's supposed to be. And like I said, in Korea, we started our program for car mechatronics in 2017. Currently, we have more than 400 trainees in the program. The companies we are working with are still only German companies, but this is just because they know the system and they participate. It's not a closed shop. I really would like to say this. So any kind of company who is training car mechatronics could work with us, but from a Korean perspective, it's a long stretch to go in such a long educational program, but it really depends on what kind of goals you pursue with this education. And you also see for these 400 trainees, we have 168 trainers. That's quite a huge number of trainers. You can say it's a lot of investment for the company. Yeah, yes it is, because they go through a longer training phase themselves. But everything they have learned, they will not only apply to the few trainees that are in their workshops, they will apply it to all of the company. And what happens is that we see there is a cultural change process happening, because the way things are taught according to the vocational training system is a different kind of learning than it's being done in the country. So there's really something happening in the country, in the company, and I think this is a side effect which is really positive, especially as more and more soft skills are becoming more important, because this was one of the things our German company asked for us. So people with a critical mind, who have problem-solving skills, who are able to reach out to people from other departments just because it's necessary for the task. And this is something that has to be taught, that this is wanted and that is needed for the success of the company. Last but not least, we also started working on a logistics program. This is more, I would say, comparable to a trainee program, one-year program focusing a lot on soft skills. And we also work with Korean floral companies who approached us because they wanted support with their quality standards and also the examination process. So that's the status so far, and I hope that there will be more opportunities also to introduce Korean companies to this program, and in between I'm happy for the chance to work with you at Polytechs. We developed another program with Lufthansa technical training, so there are many ways we can make Korean-German relations and cooperation work. 감사합니다.
네, 여러분 멋진 발표해 주신 대표님께 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주십시오. 네, 정말 실용적이면서도 이 한국에서 적용할 수 있는 내용을 구체적으로 설명해 주셨습니다. Thank you very much for your impressive speech, and your presence makes this seminar much more special. Thank you so much. 자, 세 번째 주제 발표로 이어지겠습니다.
Now let me introduce the third presenter. This presenter is coming from the UK due to the COVID-19 situation. They actually filmed this video clip. He will talk about the operational practice of the capital colleges, community colleges in the UK.
Mr. Roy O'Shaughnessy, the CEO of Capital City College Group UK, will give a presentation. 여러분 화면으로 함께.
Please let's meet him via the video.
Roy O'Shaughnessy. I'm the Chief Exec of Capital City College Group. I'd like to thank Chairman Lee for not only inviting me to participate in this event, but also for his partnership over the past years. I was delighted when we met last year, and also happy to welcome the students and teachers that joined us at our Westminster campus. I'd also like to acknowledge the incredible work that Korea has done, especially with the Industry 4.0 and leading on the IT as developments in digital, and also your response to the COVID-19 pandemic. It's been an example to all of us of how a country can work together to achieve almost the impossible. I'm absolutely committed that Capital City College Group continue to work with you in any way possible in the months and years ahead to enhance the opportunities for our students and our countries. I'm going to tell you a little bit now about Capital City College Group. We are London's largest further education college group. We are comprised of 3 different colleges with 3 different specialties, and we have a specialist training and apprenticeship division. We're made up of 9 sites across central and north London. We have at least 28,000 students every year, ranging between age 15 and 99. So that really does incorporate our entire society. You can see the courses that we offer. They're all the way from entry level up to degree level. We have several key specialisms. Rail engineering is a key one, hospitality, culinary arts, and we have a very dedicated staff that are united in their purpose of really making certain that our students achieve everything that they are capable of. And we represent the diversity of London in our staff and student body. Looking at the UK economic context before COVID-19, we were the 9th most competitive nation according to the World Economic Forum. And you can see what our strengths were highlighted there. But you can also see that although we're consistent, in our economic growth, there's a lot of uncertainty around our exit from the European Union, what we call Brexit here, and what those implications would be. We do have an educated workforce, but we're lagging behind on digital skills training and reskilling opportunities. And although our employment rate was low in July 2019, the lowest since 1974, you'll see in my next slide that is changing rapidly with COVID. And our single biggest concern in the labour market before COVID-19 was our young people, where 11.4% were not in education, employment or training. And we know that there's a much larger drive for higher level skills and focus and making sure that employers are actually driving our curriculum and what our students are learning. Our context now is maybe similar in some ways to other countries. Our economic indicators are worsening. We have a significant unemployment drop since March when the lockdown occurred. You can see that fallen by 673,000. Unemployment went up between June and August to 4.5%. And it won't surprise you that the arts, entertainment and hospitality sectors have taken the major hit. Some sectors are recovering. For example, the whole film media industry is back to pre-March levels and have figured out how to work through lockdowns going forward and have the blessing of the UK government. And other areas like construction, retail, transport and social care are all picking up, but still 10 to 40% below the pre-COVID levels. And so the IMF forecast for the UK is a reduction in GDP by 9.8% for 2020, and for the Eurozone, it's by 8.3%. So what are the current policy challenges? At the moment, we've had 634,000 cases of COVID, 43,000 deaths, and we know we're not through it yet. We're about to enter another period of uncertainty of the second wave of COVID sweeps through our country. You can see on the slide that between March and June, we went to 100% learning online when we'd had very little previously. That obviously meant we had to train staff and give them new tools to teach. We've had to look at, as well as the rest of the country, large structural changes to how things are done. And we are, as a country, have to cope with the unemployment that's related to COVID and the business failures. And as the cases rise, not only in our own country, but across Europe, an uncertain winter lies ahead as to just how that will affect our businesses going forward, but we know it won't be positive. We've also highlighted that mental health of our students and staff, due to COVID, due to uncertainty, due to being not in a classroom setting 100% of the time, is an ongoing challenge. If we hadn't had COVID and we were just in normal, we would have still had a massive challenge in the UK, because on the 31st of December, we leave the European Union, what we call Brexit. And this is going to mean changes to the rights of EU nationals and students as to how they can work and access programs. It's going to affect how we can recruit teachers, because there'll be a reduced free movement. And it will also affect European education funding, although we are not so dependent upon that, and I don't see that as being a major problem. We will be focusing on the courses that we're doing, retraining, and providing greater opportunities for UK citizens in the jobs where there will be vacancies. And regarding that, I just wanted to briefly show you a slide which shows different groups of EU countries. The EU 14 is one group, the EU 8 is another, the EU 2 is another, and we can ignore the ROW, the rest of the world. But what this really highlights is our dependency on workers from other countries to fill gaps in our recruitment for our different sectors. And it highlights that there's a massive opportunity for organizations like mine to address a need for providing skilled, trained workers to employers that previously have come from Europe. There are three key principles to the UK skills system. The first one is that employers at the heart of everything that we do. They're not just customers, but they're a major contributor to the development of our curriculum, and they also set the standards for where we need to be as an organization or as an FE college. The UK skills system is a highly flexible one. I'm given a lot of freedom by government to work directly with employers and come up with the right way forward, and I am held accountable by a robust framework of governance and guidance on finances and quality. And the whole system has a high level of quality assurance, which is from every side, from local authority to government to students to teachers. There is a very joined up way of holding me accountable to delivering what I should be for our students and our stakeholders. And across the UK skills system, there are many different groups. This slide just highlights it, from the schools, the further education colleges that I lead, to universities, to private training providers. But at the heart of it are the students and the apprenticeships and how we meet the training for the jobs of the future. COVID-19 has really highlighted that we must not only provide an education for our students, but we must also provide support that goes beyond that. And COVID-19 is affecting students in every way imaginable, from health concerns to financial concerns to mental health. 67% of all of our students are in the bottom 3 bands of UK social deprivation. So that means that not only do these students have barriers before they come into education, they also have barriers in the sense of being able to make the most of the services that are offered, simply because they do come from families that are in the lower area of social deprivation. And a highlight of this is that many had no broadband connection at the beginning of the COVID-19 response, and up to 20% of our students were accessing the internet from their phones. So obviously that's no good when you're trying to make online learning a core part of the way you deliver services. We have addressed this need by spending our own money, committing capital money, launching a Laptops for Learners campaign to raise awareness in the media. We've launched hundreds of free online courses in response to the COVID-19 social and economic impact. And we are also providing as good as possible career support to our students. We won't be successful without partnerships with government and communities, and we're very fortunate that we have excellent partnerships with not only national government level, we also have 6 main local authority partners in London. We work with them regularly. I personally meet with the council lead and their professional team at least once every 2 months. And one of our major focuses is making sure that vulnerable students, those that are close to dropping out or offending, that we're constantly working with them, the local authority, the police and the community, to ensure student safety. And as part of that, we liaise with our National Health Service, and we are very aware of the need to respond to the economic needs of our students. And so all of our courses up to level 3, which is an A-level equivalent, are free to all. And we were the first college group in London to do this. The adult education budget in London, you can see, is 306 million per year. We are the single biggest benefactor of that funding. So we work with local and national government, from the very, very most local all the way up to the most national, and you can just see a range of those on the slide. We have a key function. I mentioned our Capital City College Training Group. We have a key part of that with apprenticeships, and we are working closely in the areas that you see on the slide, from level 2 to advanced level 6, which is degree apprenticeships in the areas that we highlight on the slide. And as a part of this, a key part of our strategy is to work with local enterprise partnerships, which are comprised of all of the key stakeholders in the community, chaired by the Mayor of London, to make sure that skills training is provided in the priority occupations. And we're very fortunate as Capital City College Group to be working with the group on the Startup Step Up London. And it's a great example of how we can make sure that what we're doing is absolutely in real time related to the needs of employers in the local community. So in addition to our partnerships with government and local authorities, we work with stakeholders and employers. Here's a sample of them. I won't go through them. It'll be the same in your country, that you have your key employers. We're very, very fortunate to work with a very, very good list from small employers all the way up to national. So that's a thumbnail sketch of what we do at Capital City College Group, what's happening in the United Kingdom currently, and where we think we will be heading in the coming weeks and months. I'd like to close my presentation by just reiterating my thanks to Chairman Lee for the invitation to participate, for the partnership that we have in place and has been for a number of years, and just to reiterate my absolute commitment that Capital City College Group would welcome extending that partnership in whatever ways are mutually appropriate, and to work with other stakeholders that fit within this framework to make certain that we're providing absolutely the best opportunities for our students and employers. So thank you very much indeed.
네, 영국에서 영상을 통해 내용을 보내주셨는데요. 이렇게 저희가 코로나 사태 때문에 온라인 줌으로 실시간 연결해서 발표를 보기도 하고요. 또 현장에서 모셔서 보기도 하고, 또 영상을 통해서 이렇게 보기도 합니다. 이것 또한 사실은 이 대한민국에 정말 기술이 많이 발전했기 때문에 이렇게 수월하게 가능하지 않나, 이런 생각이 들면서 좀 마음이 아프면서도 또 미래의 이 현대사회를 이끌 수 있는 국가가 바로 대한민국이 아닐까, 이런 자부심이 느껴지기도 합니다. 자, 오늘 마지막 발표자를 소개해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 네 번째 주제 발표는 한국폴리텍대학에서 맡아주셨는데요. 폴리텍을 통한 직업교육 혁신 성과와 과제를 주제로 한국폴리텍 특성화대학 엄준철 학장님께서 발표를 해 주시겠습니다. Today's last presentation will be about innovation of TVET system. Please welcome Mr. Jun-chul, the Chancellor of Korea Polytechnics. 여러분 큰 박수로 학장님을 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
Thank you, moderator. If you understand, I'll take off my mask. I think you will be safe because I am isolated on the huge stage. Well, good evening. My name is I'm in charge of 4 specialized Korea Polytechnics. Well, I'm very pleased to present on TVET system in Korea. So, as you know, Korea has accomplished economic growth very rapidly during the last 5 decades. So the TVET system in Korea is very close with economic development. According to the economic 5-year plans, the government changes TVET policies every 10 years. So let me briefly introduce about economic development and changes in employment policies. That purpose is that efficient supply of industrial workforces based on labor demands. So, well, as you may know, Korea has very painful history. That was Korean War during 1950-53. So at the time, everything has completely destroyed. So when we began in Korea economic development in 1962, Korea GNP was only $67. It means Korea was second poorest country in the world. So anyways, how the Korea government made a plan to economic five-year plan from 1962. So in 1960 and 70 era, the Korea was still poor. So Korea economic focused on our labor-intensive products. For example, the wig, plywood, shoes, garments, toothbrush, and so on. So such a kind of products we need are mono-skilled. So the government, as it were Ministry of Labor, established 13 public vocational training institute, and also the Ministry of Labor pushed the implant training center at the enterprises. Yeah. And then in 1970 to 80s, the government concentrated on a more high value added in industry field. So for example, the heavy industry and chemistry and petroleum industry. So according to those government economic policy, we need much more qualified industrial manpower. So the government established more 11 public vocational training institutes. So those kind of vocational training institutes were established by the donates from the advanced country and international organization, for example, UNDP and World Bank and ADB, and so on. Yeah. At that time, we cultivate many multi-skills. And then in 2000, the government concentrate on 60 technology. For instance, information technology and biotechnology, space technology and environmental technology, culture technology, and so on. So the government established 24 public vocational training institutes and then expanding 21 master colleges in Korea. And then after 2000, the government focused on fusion and convergence. So such a kind of government policies, we have more than 45 vocational training institutes. Among them, the government reorganized 21 master colleges. So we cultivate many technicians and technologists through the polytechnic training systems. Well, the Ministry of Labor achieved many TVET outcomes. So as you see the table, so at least 4 to 5 million people participated in vocational training program in a year. And then also the Ministry of Labor spent at least 18 billion US dollars for training expenses. And then the government also tries to establish and enacted related laws. For example, the Vocational Training Act enacted in 1967. According to the vocational laws, the government established our first vocational training institute at Incheon in 1968. The first VTI, the mission of first VTI is to cultivate our vocational training instructors. So at that time, we need lots of training instructors because the Ministry of Labor has a plan to establish more than 20 vocational training institute in nationwide. And then I think there are three factors are very important at the labor market. The 3 points was that are training, qualifications, and employment. So the government enacted the National Qualification Act in 1973, and then the government expanding the more vocational training institutes. And then in the Ministry of Labor established on Korea Manpower Agency. Now it's renamed HLD Korea, was established in 1982. The HLD Korea, the Korea Manpower Agency is responsible for the vocational training and technical qualification system. And then the government introduced the training levy system for training expenses. And then the government enacted the Employment Insurance Act in 1995. So according to the EI Act, we collect some special fund for the vocational training. So the EI fund covers not only vocational training expenses, but also the unemployed benefits. So the Ministry of Labor established more 21 master colleges. So those kind of master colleges are benchmarked from the Germany. So the first master college was established in Changwon in 1981. So at that time, all the Changwon Master College was donated by all the German governments. So, and then the Ministry of Labor made a 5-year vocational training plans in every the 5 years. And then the Ministry of Labor reorganizing on our public vocational training system in 2005. So at last, the Korea Polytechnics launched in 2006. And there are 2 vocational training providers in Korea. So the one is Ministry of Education. Ministry of Education provides vocational education program through 137 junior technical college and approximately 700 vocational high schools. And then another one is Ministry of Labor. So the Ministry of Employment and Labor has been in charge of vocational training through 85 public vocational training institutes and more than 6,000 private vocational training institutes. The number of private vocational training institutes depends on the government policy. So sometimes the number of private vocational training institutes over 7,000, and nowadays we record on 6,600 VDIs. So generally, public vocational training covers heavy industry and advanced technology field and chemistry and petroleum field. And then private vocational training covers more lighter training field. For example, hair design and cooking, culinary, and computer-related training trades. So, and then we have another type of vocational training institutes which are controlled by another ministry. For example, Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Defense, like that. So the COPO established by the Ministry of Employment and Labor is representative public vocational training institute in Korea. COPO has 39 campuses and more than 62,000 students, and we have 2,700 faculty members and faculty and staffs in COPO. And then annually, the COPO spends more than $3 million. And then, of course, COPO was established by Ministry of Employment and Labor. And let me briefly introduce Kopo history. As I mentioned, the first VTI was established in 1968. So the first VTI's mission was to cultivate qualified vocational training instructors. And then Changwon Meister College established in 1981. And then at last, the Kopo graduates could get an industrial associated degree from the Ministry of Education. Before the 1997, Kopo graduates couldn't get any school diploma from the Ministry of Education. But after 1990, Kopo graduates can get an industrial associate degree from the Ministry of Education. And then 2006, the Korea Polytechnic was launched according to the government's public vocational infrastructure innovation policies. Now, the Kopo operates 39 campuses nationwide. Well, so far, Kopo has Kopo has carried out Tibet missions very well in accordance with Ministry of Labor's HRD policies. However, with the fourth industrial revolutions, we should try to change the Tibet paradigms. So, the Kopo, the general enterprises ask the workers to do product design and part processing and assembly and operation and maintenance all together. So, therefore, the Kopo create a learning factory by benchmarking the model of Bohm University in Germany. So 3 years ago, the Chairman Lee has been to Germany with our minister. At that time, he got an idea from the Bohm University, and then now he designed and planned to install a learning factory at the Korea Polytechnic. So the first learning factory was installed in 2018 at Incheon, and then more 17 learning factories installed in 2019, and then more 22 learning factories opened in 2020. There will be more 17 learning factories opened in next year. So totally, we have 57 learning factories opened in next year. So I believe that the learning factory is leading on our future Tibet program in Korea. Let me show you formal practice labs. So I'd like to show you how our practice lab has changed. As you see, there are some lathes and some milling machines and old style of our workshops, as you showed these photos. So let me show you a video how the lab has changed. Yes, was it interesting? Of course, you already see the learning factory videos in front of these sessions. I believe that the educational environment has more power than we think. So I think that Learning Factory is very, very important for our future Tibet programs. Well, one of the important industrial issue is semiconductor, especially semiconductor materials, semiconductor equipment and parts. As you may remember, there was a conflict with Japan over semiconductor issue in last year. So the couple connected 4 campuses in a cluster to nurture semiconductor industrial manpower. There are 4 campuses connected, as it were, Ansong, Seongnam, Asan, Cheongju campuses. So we make a semiconductor cluster. So semiconductor cluster collaborates with Korea Semiconductor Industrial Association and many semiconductor companies. And then semiconductor clusters support operating or steering committee in a connection with semiconductor enterprises and skills council. And then they develop the curriculum and supporting to the faculty members to their teaching method, and then they deliver some of new advanced technology through the cluster activities. And then second one is the industrial demand for aviation maintenance is also increasing. So the number of passengers aircraft in Korea is expected to increase from 200 to more 500 by 2027. So that couple plan to establish an aviation MRO center to train aviation maintenance industrial manpower. So currently, we are cooperation with Lufthansa Technical Training to open international certificate courses. So we hope to open international certificate courses from 2023. So now we are preparing the aviation maintenance high-tech courses at Namincheon campuses. So of course we have one aviation campuses in Sacheon in Gyeongnam province, and then we established one more. And then according to the aviation MRO center plans, we'll establish more aviation MRO center. And then the biotechnology is an important future industry in the era of fourth industrial revolutions. So the copper clusters connected 4 campuses in a cluster to cultivate bio-industrial manpower. So there are 4 campuses connected, as it were, Nonsan and Seongnam, Bundang, Gwangmyeong. Of course, we are planning to expanding bio departments more and more according to the industrial demands. And then in bio society is expanding red bio, white bio, and green bio industries. So the many universities in Korea is preparing to open bio departments. So we installed a biocontrol tower at bio campuses. So the biocontrol tower supports to curriculum development and teaching method and retraining for our bio faculty. And then we also working with Korea Bio Association and many bio enterprises work together. Well, Corpo has provided a variety vocational training programs for many job seekers. So the Corpo runs high-tech convergence courses for young people who do not have a job even though they have graduated university. So one of our social problem is, as you know, that the high youth unemployment ratio is too high. So that is our social problems. So the Ministry of Labor, to solve those problems, the Ministry of Labor has introduced a Korean dual system from 2014. So according to the Ministry of Labor's policy, at least more than 100,000 young people participated in special training programs, and when they finish their training, they can get a jobs. So anyways, how the COPO runs high-tech convergence courses. The high-tech convergence courses are expanding year by year. And then second one is the COPO is preparing a special training programs, expanding programs for the post-COVID-19. So as you know, the COVID-19 affect to our labor markets. So many people will be laid off. So the COPO developed at least more than 300 special training programs for them. And then COPO expanding a BED program for the job seekers. Especially, the COPO is preparing vulnerable people. For example, the disabled people and unemployed women and baby boomers. So that at least 37,000 trainees participants our special program. So at least 7,000 to 8,000 trainees participate these programs. Of course, when they finish these programs, they can get a job. And then currently, COPO cultivate on 62,000 trainees training under the COPO. So far, the COPO cultivate more than 300,000 technicians. Most of them were dispatched to the industry. So now we're training 62,000 trainees under the COPO. Well, as you know, advanced technology has rapidly changed. So one of our impending problem is how to follow up the new industrial trend. So the COPO prepares some strategies. So we need lots of technicians to operate smart factories. So the COPO, we built smart factory training centers on 10 campuses. So the COPO plan to invest at least more than $50 million to smart factory training centers. And then COPO will be reorganized into the Department of New Technology in accordance with the first industrial revolutions. So far, 52 departments have been reorganized into the new technology field. And then, in addition, 3 convergence technology centers opened, and we have 1 more robot campuses. So those kind of campuses are quite different from existing departments. They will be in charge of advanced technology, and they will be in charge of fourth industrial revolution departments. Well, finally, I would like to talk about challenges for sustainable development. One of our big problems is declining of youth population. So that low birth rate affects to schools and labor market and social at large. So we are developing policy alternative for the Tibet system for reduction of school-age populations. And second one is the Tibet environmental has been changing. Therefore, the teaching method should be changed. For example, the project-based learning and branded learning. So I believe that expanding PBL and branded learning to develop a skilled workforce is required for the fourth industrial revolutions. And then due to the COVID-19, non-face-to-face classes is increasing. So we need governments invest in new technology training field and strengthening its publicity. And if the chance is given, I hope to share and disseminating Tibet experience with participating countries. For instance, operation experience of learning factory. And then finally, for the sustainable development of Tibet, we are looking forward to strengthening of our mutual cooperations. Well, I hope my presentation is useful for you to understand Tibet system in Korea, also what occurred in innovation of Tibet in Korea Polytechnics. So I think today's my presentation is helpful and useful for you. Thank you for your attention. I will hand over my microphone to the moderator. Thank you. Okay.
네, 유익한 내용 발표해 주신 학장님께 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다.
Big hands once again.
네, 이상으로
Well, this is the end of the first session of the seminar. We completed the opening ceremony and the 4 presentations. We're going to have a 10-minute break, and after the break, we will have the second session of the event, that is discussion. And the moderator of the discussion will be Professor Nasir of the Seoul National University. And when you leave this room, please return your receivers.
Of this seminar, and thank you very much for your active participation. And from now on, we're going to have a 10-minute coffee break, and we'll be back with the second discussion session. Thank you very much for joining us today. 자, 오늘 온라인 그리고 오프라인으로 동시에 일부 세미나에 함께해 주신 또 적극적으로 참여해 주신 모든 분들께 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드리고요. 2부 종합 토론 역시 끝까지 함께해 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 저는 지금까지 아나운서 박세정이었습니다. 고맙습니다.
Creating technologies. Connecting jobs. Over the past half a century, Korea Polytechnic has driven Korea's industrial advancements, presenting new values of technologies that lead the rapidly evolving times. Korea Polytechnic. Now, Korea Polytechnic is beginning a new leap from the center of the fourth industrial revolution with the Learning Factory. The Learning Factory is an open, joint practical training space that covers multiple departments, replacing the small, partitioned practical training space for each department, and serves as the ideal project space for nurturing a convergence of human resources. Starting with the Incheon campus in December 2018, Korea Polytechnic has established a total of 18 locations throughout Korea and is leading Korea's new technology education by spreading the Polytechnic's learning factories nationwide in 2020. Learning Factory recreates the actual industrial sites to enable one-stop, integrated, practical training of all processes. With convergence projects that expand beyond the scope of each department, it provides a system optimized for nurturing technical human resources that our times need. From product planning and design to prototyping, every process takes place in an integrated manner beyond the partitions of each department. After planning products with good marketability based on big data, thorough product design process. The product is manufactured using advanced, automated production equipment. The completed prototype goes through strict review and validation processes. And IoT and networking equipment, which are crucial technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, are used to provide a high-tech system for experiencing robot-controlled production in person. By establishing marketing strategies for the products created and carrying out advertising using media, it provides integrated practical training of all processes, from product planning to publicizing in a single space. At the Learning Factory, there are no limitations on applicable industries, from machinery and automation to IT and design, medical engineering, robot welding, smart logistics, and biotech to semiconductors. Students can experience product manufacturing in 7 fields. The machinery and automation field presents a new future from the manufacturing industry with smart factories, using machine production and robot-based automated production. In the IT and design field, you can design products using the latest trends based on coding and big data analysis, create prototypes, and even publicize the product using augmented reality, all using Korea Polytechnic's specialized technologies. The medical engineering field nurtures crucial human resources needed by the strategic industries of the Gangwon region through convergence of ICT, medical electronics, and medical equipment engineering. The Bio-Learning Factory field, which is first among Korean universities capable of pharmaceutical manufacturing training for educational purposes, and acquired GMP quality control standard certification, is capable of manufacturing finished liquid products such as eye drops. The robot welding field provides specialized space for nurturing innovative welding experts of the future, and is ready to collaborate with electric, electronics, and mechanical systems in addition to utilizing robot welding facilities. The Smart Logistics Learning Factory, which maximizes logistics efficiency by combining next-generation technologies such as IoT and AI, and the Semiconductor Learning Factory recreates the same clean room as actual semiconductor factories for practicing disassembly, assembly and operation of semiconductor equipment to contribute to the growth of the semiconductor industry, which is the future growth engine of Korea. Korea Polytechnic's Learning Factory is recognized as the new paradigm of vocational training. The Learning Factory is an industrial academic cooperation space for everyone. The Learning Factory is open to enrolling students as well as for vocational experiences for teenagers and individuals that require prototyping for startups. Through close collaboration with local communities and industries, the Learning Factory will increase the employment rate of Korea Polytechnic's graduates and become the center for innovative businesses to startups. By acquiring certifications of expert institutions such as Samsung Electronics and Korea Welding Industry Cooperative, the Learning Factory boasts a high reliable practical training space. The space we communicate with corporations is leading to noteworthy achievements. With an increased budget, Korea Polytechnic's Learning Factory is expanding nationwide as a state-of-the-art, optimal creative space for nurturing convergence technicians for innovation. Korea Polytechnic's Learning Factory will present a new future for Korea's industries. Creating technologies. Connecting jobs. Over the past half a century, Korea Polytechnics has driven Korea's industrial advancements, presenting new values of technologies that lead the rapidly evolving times. Korea Polytechnics. Now, Korea Polytechnics is beginning a new leap from the center of the fourth industrial revolution with the Learning Factory. The Learning Factory is an open, joint practical training space that covers multiple departments, replacing the small, partitioned practical training space for each department, and serves as the ideal project space for nurturing a convergence of human resources. Starting with the Incheon campus in December 2018, Korea Polytechnics has established a total of 18 locations throughout Korea and is leading Korea's new technology education by spreading the Polytechnics Learning Factories nationwide in 2020. Learning Factory recreates the actual industrial sites to enable one-stop, integrated, practical training of all processes. With convergence projects that expand beyond the scope of each department, it provides a system optimized for nurturing technical human resources that our times need. From product planning and design to prototyping, every process takes place in an integrated manner beyond the partitions of each department. After planning products with good marketability based on big data, thorough product design process, the product is manufactured using advanced, automated production equipment. The completed prototype goes through strict review and validation processes. And IoT and networking equipment, which are crucial technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, are used to provide a high-tech system for experiencing robot-controlled production in person. By establishing marketing strategies for the products created and carrying out advertising using media, it provides integrated practical training of all processes, from product planning to publicizing in a single space. At the Learning Factory, there are no limitations on applicable industries, from machinery and automation to IT and design, medical engineering, robot welding, smart logistics, and biotech to semiconductors. Students can experience product manufacturing in 7 fields. The machinery and automation field presents a new future from the manufacturing industry with smart factories, using machine production and robot-based automated production. In the IT and design field, you can design products using the latest trends based on coding and big data analysis, create prototypes, and even publicize the product using augmented reality, all using Korea Polytechnic's specialized technologies. The medical engineering field nurtures crucial human resources needed by the strategic industries of the Gangwon region through convergence of ICT, medical electronics, and medical equipment engineering. The Bio-Learning Factory field, which is first among Korean universities capable of pharmaceutical manufacturing training for educational purposes, and acquired GMP Quality Control Standard certification, is capable of manufacturing finished liquid products such as eye drops. The robot welding field provides specialized space for nurturing innovative welding experts of the future, and is ready to collaborate with electric, electronics, and mechanical systems in addition to utilizing robot welding facilities. The Smart Logistics Learning Factory, which maximizes logistics efficiency by combining next-generation technologies such as IoT and AI, and the Semiconductor Learning Factory recreates the same clean room as actual semiconductor factories for practicing disassembly, assembly and operation of semiconductor equipment to contribute to the growth of the semiconductor industry, which is the future growth engine of Korea. Korea Polytechnic's Learning Factory is recognized as the new paradigm of vocational training. The Learning Factory is an industrial academic cooperation space for everyone. The Learning Factory is open to enrolling students as well as for vocational experiences for teenagers and individuals that require prototyping for startups. Through close collaboration with local communities and industries, the Learning Factory will increase the employment rate of Korea Polytechnic's graduates and become the center for innovative businesses to startups. By acquiring certifications of expert institutions such as Samsung Electronics and Korea Welding Industry Cooperative, the Learning Factory boasts a high reliable practical training space. The space we communicate with corporations is leading to noteworthy achievements. With an increased budget, Korea Polytechnic's Learning Factory is expanding nationwide as a state-of-the-art, optimal creative space for nurturing convergence technicians for innovation. Korea Polytechnic's Learning Factory will present a new future for Korea's industries.
안녕하십니까. 제2부 종합토론 사회를 맡게 된 서울대학교 나승 교수입니다.
Good afternoon. I'm Professor Nasing from Seoul National University. I'm going to moderate this panel discussion.
여러분께서 양해를 해주신다면 소통을 위해서 마스크를 벗고 진행할까 합니다.
I'd like to ask for your understanding of taking off this mask for better communication among panelists.
오늘 세미나 주제가 고등 직업 교육의 혁신 성과와 도약이라는 주제하에 1부에서 네 분의 주제 발표와 또 동영상을 잘 시청했습니다.
So for this international seminar regarding the achievement of the TVET and the new report, under this theme we have the four presentations, one via the video.
코로나19로 인해 전 세계적으로 경기 침체와 더불어서 고용 환경이 열악하고 일자리가 불확실성이 높아지는 등 매우 어려운 시기에도 불구하고 네 나라의 각 발표자께서 각 나라의 우수한 직업교육 혁신 사례를 또 운영 사례들을 들려주신 것에 대해서 좌장으로서 먼저 깊이 감사의 말씀을 드립니다.
So as the moderator of this panel discussion, I'd like to extend my deepest appreciation to four presenters who are making presentations despite this difficult situation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 has impacted on the economy and also labor market, so creating an employment crisis.
특히 한국의 폴리텍대학이 지난 50여 년간 한국 기술 인력의 공급처로서 중요한 역할을 해왔고 특히나 이석행 이사장께서 인사말을 통해서 들려주신 것처럼 독일, 영국 그리고 미국이 대한민국이 오늘날의 직업교육을 하는 데 있어서 많은 기여와 지원이 있었다는 것을 감사의 말씀드리면서 아울러서 이석행 이사장께서 지난 3년여 동안 러닝 팩토리라는 것을 통해서 대한민국의 직업교육이 우리 영국이나 미국 그리고 독일 직업교육 못지않게 상당히 발전을 해오고 있다는 것을 볼 수 있었습니다.
So for the last 50 or so years, Korea Polytechnic or KOPO has played a very important role by providing technical workforce for the national development of Korea. And like Chairman Lee Seok-heng said in his welcome remarks, we received a lot of assistance and ODA from Germany, the UK, and the US to create TVET system in Korea. And for the last 3 years, under the leadership of the Chairman Lee, the TVET system in Korea has achieved remarkable successful cases. So now we are very proud of sharing this TVET innovation named Learning Factory with the German, US, and UK speakers.
지금부터 진행하는 종합토론의 연결을 위해서 제가 네 분의 연사로부터 발제를 들으면서 직업교육 및 자격제도를 연구하는 전문가의 한 사람으로서 간단하게 정리를 해드리고자 합니다. 우선 대학의 역할에 있어서 미국과 영국 또 독일 우리 대한민국 모두가 지역사회 내에서 대학의 역할에 대해서 상당히 중요성을 지니고 있다는 점이고 두 번째는 대학이 지역사회에 필요한 뿐만 아니라 산업에 필요한 인력을 양성함에 있어서 독일이나 영국의 경우는 철저하게 자격에 따른 교육과정을 체계적으로 운영된다는 것이 큰 차이점이라고 생각이 됐습니다. 반면에 우리 대한민국은 1973년도 내 국가기술 자격법을 통해서 국가기술 자격을 검정 운영해 오고 있지만 자격 검정과 직업 교육 및 훈련 과정이 제대로 연계되지 못하는 것이 고질적인 문제점 중에 하나인데 오늘 영국의 사례와 독일의 사례를 통해서 나아가서 미국의 커뮤니티 칼리지조차도 최근에 자격 중심의 직업교육 과정이 개설되고 있다는 점은 큰 시사점이 아니라 할 수 있습니다.
So actually, before I direct questions to the panelists, let me summarize some of the presentations we heard today. So as a person researching the TVET system and qualifications in Korea, I found there are three major issues. The first is that the role of the community colleges or technical colleges in the UK, in the US, in Germany, and Korea has very significant meaning to the local communities. And the second is that the role of the universities are providing industry-specific or region-specific workforce to creating region-specific and industry-specific skilled workforce. So that is why the UK and Germany has a close linkage between the training TVET system with the qualifications. However, in the contrary, in the case of Korea, although we do have the National Qualifications Work Act legislated in 1973, the TVET system is one thing and qualification is another. So since then, we worked hard to combine these two together to implement it as a TVET system. So we can learn some cases from the UK and Germany because they have a very good relationship and connections between the TVET system and the qualifications. And
네, 이러한 관점에서 종합 토론의 관점을 고용, 교육, 정부 및 지자체를 대표해서 귀한 분들을 모시고 토론에 임하고자 합니다. 좀 전에 발표를 해주셨던 영국과 미국은 화상으로 직접 연결되어 있습니다. 감사드립니다. 지금부터 한 분 한 분 패널리스트를 소개해드릴 때 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. 먼저 토론자부터 소개하겠습니다. 노명우 강원도 일자리 재단 대표이사님이십니다.
Now let me introduce the panelists for this panel discussion. First is Mr. No Myung-woo, the president of Gangwon-doja Foundation.
다음은 한국고용정보원의 나영돈 원장님이 참석해 주셨습니다.
Next, Mr. Na Young-don from Korea Employment Information Service.
오늘 성공적인 국제 세미나를 주관해 주신 한국폴리텍대학의 이석행 이사장님이 참석해 주셨습니다.
Chairman 이석행 of Korea Polytechnic Corporation, who is hosting this event.
화상으로 연결된 분들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 먼저 미국입니다. 피어슨 칼리지 미셸 존스 총장님이십니다.
Now let me introduce the participants via the internet connection. Chancellor and CEO Michelle Johnson of Pierce College.
예, 아울러 순차 통역을 잘 해주신 박명래 부총장님 접속하고 계십니다.
And we do have a Dr. Bang Myung-rae who did an excellent job in consecutive interpretation.
다음은 영국입니다. 캐피털 시티 칼리지 그룹의 CEO이신 로이 오셔네시 총장님이십니다.
Now let me introduce CEO Loy O'Shaughnessy from Capital City College Group.
지금 미국은 늦은 저녁이고 새벽 1시경으로 알고 있습니다. 영국은 이른 아침이고 그럼에도 불구하고 이렇게 접속해 주시고 참여해 주셔서 좌장으로서 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 드립니다.
As far as I know, it is late in the morning in the US and it's early in the morning in the UK. So despite these time differences, thank you for your presence.
오늘 종합토론은 발제 내용과 연계해서 코로나19 상황에 직업교육 혁신 방향과 한 단계 더 도약하기 위한 다각적인 제안들을 들어보고자 합니다.
So through this panel discussion, I'd like to gather some insight from you regarding the direction for the TVET innovation and also have some proposals from you.
예, 시간이 제약된 관계로 편의상 토론자들께는 약 10분 정도 시간을 갖고 기회를 나눌 거고요. 발제자들께서는 한 5분 정도로 발제에 대한 토론을 답을 듣도록 그렇게 하겠습니다. 그럼 먼저
Due to time constraint, I think I can give 10 minutes each for the panelists and 5 minutes each for the presenters.
그럼 먼저 강원도 일자리 재단 노명우 대표이사님께 여쭙고자 합니다. 제가 전해 듣기로는 강원도 지역이 일자리 창출을 위해서 일자리 재단 측에서 많은 정책과 실질적인 사업들을 펼치는 걸로 알고 있습니다. 지역에서 일자리가 활성화되기 위해서 현재 추진하고 있는 정책 사례들을 간단히 소개 들려주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
So my first question is directed to Mr. No Myung-woo, the president of Gangwon-doja Foundation. As far as I know, Gangwon Province has been carrying out many various projects and policies to vitalize local jobs. So what kind of policy efforts are you currently making to create vitalize local jobs?
반갑습니다. 저는 강원도 일자리 재단의 대표로 있는 노명우입니다. 오늘 그 폴리텍 대학에서 이렇게 훌륭한 세미나를 참석을 하게 돼서 너무 뜻깊고 영광스럽게 생각을 합니다.
Good afternoon. I am No Myung-woo, the president of Gangwon Dojap Foundation, and I am very honored and pleased to be part of this meaningful and important international seminar hosted by KOPO.
우리 그 지방자치단체, 지방정부로서 우리 강원도만 이렇게 참여를 시켜주신 데 대해서 이사장님을 비롯해서 우리 폴리텍 대학에 다시 한번 제 감사의 말씀을 드리고요.
My special thanks also go to Chairman Lee and KOPO because the Gangwon province is the only local government who is invited to this seminar.
네. 외국에 계신 분들은 강원도가 어딘지 잘 모르실 것 같아서 간단히만 소개를 좀 해드리면은 강원도는 지난 동계올림픽이죠. 2018년 동계올림픽이 개최된 도시가 바로 강원도입니다.
So for those who really do not know the location of the Gangwon province, let me introduce the Pyeongchang. Pyeongchang is the host of the 2018 Winter Olympics. The Pyeongchang is located in Gangwon province.
조금 전에 사회자께서 강원도 일자리 정책에 대해서 그 말씀을 좀 요청을 받았는데 우리 강원도는 사실 그 일자리 정책이 이 기술 인력 양성하고 밀접하게 관련이 되어 있어서 우리 그 강원도 일자리 정책에 대해서 아마 질문을 하신 것 같습니다.
Actually, the moderator asked about the job policies of the Gangwon provincial government. I think he's asking this question because the skills development of Gangwon province is closely related to the local job policies.
네, 이제 강원도는 아시는 분 우리 국내 분들은 아시겠지만은 산업이 관광 산업, 서비스 산업 위주로 되어 있습니다. 그래서 평균 임금이라든지 근로자들의 정규직, 비정규직 비율이 또 높고요. 평균 임금은 전국보다 평균적으로 좀 낮고 또 비정규직 비중은 높습니다. 그래서 일자리 상황이 조금 열악한 상황이죠. 좋은 일자리가 그렇게 많지 않은 그런 상황입니다.
So most of the jobs in Gangwon province is centralized and concentrated in tourism industry and service industry. That is why the quality of jobs in Gangwon province is not very good. So actually, when it comes to the average wage of Gangwon province's average wage is below the national average, and for the ratio of the irregular workers, it's higher than the national average. Likewise, the employment structure of Gangwon province is very poor.
네, 그래서 항상 국제 정세라든지 또 남북 관계 이번에 코로나 같은 이러한 그 상황이 있을 때마다 강원도는 그 영향을 상당히 많이 받습니다. 그래서 관광 서비스업에 종사하시는 분들이 상당히 지금 어려움을 겪고 있는 그러한 실정이라고 볼 수가 있죠.
Because of the high dependency of Gangwon province in tourism and service industries, whenever there are some issues, international issues like conflict and tensions between inter-Korean relations and also COVID-19, it is really having a big and huge toll on the Gangwon province economy.
네, 그래서 제가 근본적으로 이것을 바꾸기 위해서는 산업 구조를 좀 바꿔주는 것이 좀 필요한데 그거는 이제 시간이 조금 많이 걸리고. 우선적으로 우리가 할 수 있는 것들이 고용이 좀 안정되도록 하기 위해서 여러 가지 정책을 지금 추진을 하고 있습니다.
So in order to make some fundamental changes, we need to change the industrial structure of the Gangwon province. However, it will take a very long time. So that is why the current Gangwon provincial government is focusing on the job policies on employment stability.
그래서 강원도가 여러 가지 몇 가지 이제 일자리 정책을 좀 추진하고 있는 걸 간단히 좀 소개를 올리도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째 우리 일자리 안심 공제라는 게 있습니다. 이것은 근로자들이 우수 인력을 확보를 하고 또 고용 안정이 되고 또 인력을 수도권이라든지 외부로 유출되지 않기 위해서 강원도가 고용주하고 강원도하고 이렇게 월 30만 원씩 지원을 해줘서 목돈을 5년 뒤에 목돈을 마련할 수 있도록 하는 제도입니다.
Let me briefly introduce some of the job policies of the Gangwon provincial government. The first is job relief deduction. So this is the policy initiative of Gangwon province. It has the contract with the employers of the Gangwon province. So it is the aim of this Gangwon job relief deduction is to retain good talent within the Gangwon province.
네, 그리고 또 한 가지 여러 가지 뭐 정책이 많은데 한 가지만 또 소개를 좀 드리도록 하겠습니다. 사회보험료를 갖다 지원을 해주고 있는데 이거는 소상공인들, 소기업들이 경영 안정을 좀 도모를 하고 이제 근로자들을 계속 고용을 좀 유지할 수 있도록 이제 강원도가 처음으로 우리 한국에서 아마 처음으로 지원을 해주고 있습니다. 그래서 소상공인들 그분들이 기업주들이 부담해야 될 4대 보험료를 갖다가 강원도에서 지금 지원을 해주고 있습니다.
So the second policy is targeted at the micro businesses and small and medium-sized businesses for their employment retention. So for the employers in Korea, they have to pay for the contribution for the 4 major social insurances. And the Gangwon provincial government subsidizes those insurance premiums.
예, 그밖에 뭐 청년 일자리라든지 그다음에 경력 단절 여성 구직 활동비 이러한 우리가 다른 시도에서 하지 않고 있는 그러한 특수한 정책들을 몇 가지 지금 하고 있는데 그런 것들은 나중에 추가로 기회가 되면은 소개를 좀 해드리도록 그렇게 하겠습니다. 예, 이상 마치겠습니다.
And Gangwon province is the first province that provides subsidy for this social insurance premiums. And we do have many special programs for the youth jobs and also career interrupted women.
네, 감사합니다. 그 좌장으로서 시간이 우리 토론 시간에 한 50분이고 게다가 순차 통역을 하다 보니까 시간을 좀 미스한 것 같습니다. 다음은 우리 한국고용정보원의 나영돈 원장님으로부터 답을 들어보고자 합니다. 이 코로나가 발생을 함에 따라서 세계적으로 또 우리 대한민국 역시도 고용 대란이 발생했습니다. 우리나라가 비록 코로나 방역은 잘 하고 있어서 세계 나라의 벤치마킹이 되고 있습니다만 고용 대란의 경우는 역시 예외가 아닌 것 같습니다. 우리 한국고용정보원의 정보원장님으로서 고용 시장에 대한 전망이나 또 우리 국내 고용 대란에 대한 대책 등에 대해서 한번 말씀 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
So actually, I understand President No has more to say, but as a moderator, I have to stop him here because we do have some time constraints. And my next question is directed to President Na Yong-don from the Korea Employment Information Service. Actually, even though Korea is doing a quite good job in quarantining the COVID-19 pandemic, however, Korea is not an exception from its impact. So actually, the COVID-19 has adversely impact on the job market and labor market, and it is creating an employment crisis. As the head of the Employment Information Service, what kind of what kind of countermeasures are you preparing for, and what do you think its impact on the labor market?
반갑습니다. 한국고용정보원장 나영돈입니다. 많은 나라가 비슷한 경험을 겪고 있지만 위기 시에는 항상 취약계층이 먼저 충격을 받습니다. 이번의 경우에도 대면 서비스를 주로 하는 서비스 직종, 자영업 중심으로 충격이 격화되고 있습니다. 더 나아가서 이러한 언택 시대는 뉴노멀화되고 기존에 가속화되고 있는 디지털 혁명이 더욱더 코로나를 계기로 확산되고 있습니다. 향후에는 디지털 역량이 부족한 취약계층이 노동시장에서 더 어려울 것으로 전망됩니다.
Good afternoon. I am Na Young-don, the president of Korea Employment Information Service. I think the situations in Korea is very similar to those of other nations across the world. And whenever there is a crisis, the vulnerable groups are the hit hardest by the crisis. And this time is not an exception as well. So I believe those in service industry and self-employed individuals who really need physical face-to-face contact are the hit hardest. So with this no contact-based society and with the accelerating digital transition, I think the biggest victim of such changes would be those without those who haven't had the digital skills or digital competencies, and they are also will be very vulnerable in the labor market.
이러한 디지털 역량 격차를 축소하기 위해서는 직업교육훈련기관의 역할이 매우 중요합니다. 오늘 주로 발표한 내용의 키워드는 이러한 역량 격차를 줄이기 위해서 직업교육훈련기관이 기업과 얼마나 잘 파트너십을 형성하는가가 주된 내용으로 저는 이해를 했습니다. 제가 덧붙여서 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 전통적인 지역 단위에서 기업과 협력이라는 협력의 용어를 더 뛰어넘어서 오히려 교육 훈련의 주체가 학교나 교육 훈련 기관이 아니라 기업이 되고 교재를 기업에서 스스로 만들고 강사도 기업에서 직접 담당을 해야 되는 협력 대상이 아닌 주체로서 거듭나야 되는 그런 전환점을 맞고 있지 않나 그런 생각을 해보았습니다.
So in order to reduce the gap, digital competency gap, I believe the role of the TBET providers is very important. And that is maybe one of the keywords of today's presentations. So in order to reduce the digital competency or skills gap, the TBET providers need to have a close partnership with the enterprises. However, I personally believe that this is time for turning point for the enterprises and TBET providers as well, because now we need to have those enterprises as not a collaborator or the partner. Rather, we need to have them as a main player in the TBET providing system. So they need to train the trainers, and also they need to deeply involve in the development of teaching materials.
예, 정부에서도 고용 유지와 안정을 위해서 다각적인 노력을 하고 있습니다. 최근에는 3차 추경까지 예산 편성을 해서 노력하고 있는데 한국고용정보원의 수장으로서 지금 현재 이런 정부 노력과 함께 어떠한 데 역점을 두고 계신지 간단히 소개해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
예, 우선 단기적으로 코로나로 인한 고용 위기를 일일 단위로 매일 지역별, 업종별 고용 동향을 실시간 모니터링하고 있습니다. 그 과정에서 매일의 구인이 감소, 실업의 신규 증가, 근로자 수 변동 등을 파악해서 정책이 실시간으로 이루어질 수 있도록 지원하고 있고, 그 결과 4번에 걸친 추가 경정 예산안을 편성하는 데 지원하고 있는 것을 첫 번째로 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다.
So the current Korean government job policies are really focused on the employment stability. That is why the Korean government has approved the third supplementary budget. So what do you think about the Korean government's effort? Actually, because we know that COVID-19 has a very adversely impacted employment in Korea, we check the labor market trend day by day, by industry and by region. So we check the rising unemployment rate and falling the number of those employed day by day, and that is why we can adapt the Korean policies to these changing situations in the labor market in real time. That is why we also provided information for the government to set the fourth supplementary budget.
두 번째는 플랫폼 노동 등 디지털 전환에 따른 새로운 고용 형태, 취약계층에 대한 정책 개발을 적극적으로 추진하고 있습니다.
So, and our second drive of the Korea Employment Information Service is to creating some job policies for the new type of employment, like a platform workers.
마지막으로는 AI와 빅데이터 기반으로 기존의 모든 고용 서비스, 직업 상담, 직업 훈련 등의 서비스를 고도화시키는 작업에 박차를 가하고 있습니다. 이러한 것은 디지털 전환에 따른 역량 부족을 해결할 수 있는 새로운 정책의 영역으로 고용정보원이 역점을 두고 있습니다.
So third is the increasingly use the artificial intelligence and big data to upgrade employment services and the Tibet system, as well as the career counseling. So in order to reduce the digital skills gap, we need to provide better policies regarding the Tibet system and digital skills training courses. That is our main focus area.
예, 감사합니다. 다음은 이석행 이사장님께 질문드리고자 합니다. 앞서 소개된 대로 그동안에 약 40개 정도의 러닝 팩토리를 구축하는 데 온 힘을 다하신 걸로 알고 있습니다. 사실 이 러닝 팩토리는 단순히 교육의 장이기보다도 그 러닝 팩토리가 구축되기까지 지자체 또는 지역 산업 기반으로 한 여러 가지 특화 노력 이런 것들이 뒤에 숨겨져 있는 것 같습니다. 그래서 오늘 이 시간에 그동안에 구축하는데 여러 가지 소회도 들려주시고 또 이 러닝 팩토리를 통해서 근본적으로 폴리텍 직업교육의 어떤 혁신의 핵심을 좀 짚어주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
예, 고맙습니다. 오늘 그 장승우 총장님, 장승우 총장님 아까 소개 안 드려서 보여서 반갑습니다. 예, 제가 그 러닝 팩토리를 추구하기 전에 사실은 많은 고민을 하던 차였는데 마침 이제 김영규 장관님하고 전 장관님하고 복금대학을 가서 보고 하남대학을 보면서 나름대로 설계를 좀 했고 한국 실정에 맞는 러닝 팩토리를 좀 구축해야 되겠다는 생각을 갖고 들어왔습니다. 그리고 나서 영국의 또 우리 KCC 대학을 가서 보면서 공간 디자인을 공간 활용을 아주 잘했더라고요. 그래서 그런 부분들을 종합적으로 만들어서 한번 좀 해보자 하는데 사실은 여럿이 가서 보고 왔으면 동조자가 있었을 텐데 저만 이렇게 다녀오다 보니까 동조자가 없어서 많이 애를 먹었습니다. 근데 우리 폴리텍 교수님들께서 그런 부분들을 우리 교직원들이 좀 빨리 이해를 해 주셔서 어렵지만 2018년도에 1개를 구축하고 현재 40개 얼마까지 구축이 되는데 이렇게 되면 가장 중요한 것은 저는 독일하고 영국에서 가장 부러웠던 게 맞춤형 직업교육이었습니다. 그리고 제가 영국에 갔을 때 그리고 독일에 갔을 때 특히 독일 그 상공회 소장께서 하시는 말씀이 한국 직업교육을 이해하지 못하겠다 이렇게 말씀을 했어요. 왜 그러냐 그랬더니 자기들 마음대로 가르쳐 놓고 들어가라고 한다 이렇게 말씀을 주셨어요. 충격이었거든요. 그래서 러닝 팩토리에 대한 확신을 갖고 시작을 했습니다.
So my next question is directed to Chairman Lee Seok-kang of Kopo Corporation. So actually now Kopo has established 40 or so learning factories nationwide. So the learning factory is not just a place of where teaching takes place. It's rather the effort between the local governments and local communities and local industries as well. So I think you have many personal impressions in the process of establishing learning factories. And do you think what kind of innovations you can achieve through these learning factories in Tibet? Actually, I had many thinking about the Tibet innovation in Korea. So at that time, I visited Bohum University with the minister, and then while I was benchmarking the Bohum University, I had my own design in mind, and also when I visited the Capital City College Group in the UK, I really impressed about their design. Their spatial design, they're really good at utilizing spaces. So if I had a visit with a big group, I would have many supporters. But I personally, and I visited by myself, so I didn't have any supporters. However, thanks to the understanding of the professors and faculty members at Kopo, now we have 40 learning factories nationwide. And I think the most significance of the German and the UK VET system is that they are providing customized training courses. So when I went to Germany, I met with the chairman of the German Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and he made a very shocking comment to me. He said that he really don't understand Korea's VET system because they are teaching their own, not regardless of the industrial needs. Then they are really doesn't know anything to do with this afterward. So that was very shocking to me. That is why I really decided to establish such learning factories.
한국의 두 번째로 한국의 직업 교육이 이제는 그 기업하고 함께 가거나 기업보다 선도형은 그러니까 그 추격형이 아닌 선도형 직업 교육으로 가줘야 우리 한국의 기업을 위한 우리 그 직업 교육이 될 수 있다라고 판단해서 그거를 할 수 있는 시스템이 융복합 교육인 러닝 팩토리 시스템이다. 그렇게 생각을 하고 그런 철학을 갖고 가치를 갖고 추진했습니다.
And the second driving force for me to have established these learning factories is that now is the time for us to change the paradigm of Tibet in Korea. In the past, it's like a chaser. The Tibet is chasing the industrial needs. However, now it's time for us to lead those industrial needs. That is why we need to work closely with enterprises as well. And also, the answer for this paradigm shift of Tibet system is the convergence VET system. That is why I decided to establish learning factories.
그리고 가장 중요한 것은 그 예산을 많이 들여서 만들었다기보다 있는 장비를 재배치하면서 시설 환경을 바꿨다는 게 가장 그 중요하고요. 이제 이렇게 그런 팩토리가 구축이 되면 이 부분을 플랫폼화해서 아까 말씀드린 대로 지역과 함께 공유하고 국민들과 함께 공유하는 그런 폴리텍 대학의 개방 정책을 통해서 폴리텍 러닝 팩토리를 에 대한 가치를 높이겠다는 생각을 갖고 있습니다.
The other significance of learning factory is that it doesn't really require huge or big budget. We are reusing or remodeling or changing relocating the equipment in the existing workshops. So we didn't spend a lot of money in these learning factories. And also we are going to utilize this learning factory to share our services with the local communities. So we, under the principle of keeping openness of this polytechnics and serving the local communities as a community college.
네. 그렇게 말씀하신 것처럼 러닝 팩토리가 우리 이석행 이사장님의 철학이 담겨 있고 또 앞서 말씀하신 것처럼 독일에서 벤치마킹하고 미국이나 영국처럼 소위 지역사회 내에서 산업의 어떤 요구를 반영하고 실질적으로 맞춤형 인재를 양성하기 위한 아주 핵심적인 교육 공간으로서 러닝 팩토리를 구축하셨는데 특히나 코로나19 상황에서 현재도 그렇고 또 코로나 상황 19 이후에도 과연 러닝 팩토리를 통해서 우리 한국폴리텍대학이 지역사회에 함께하는 또 지역의 어떤 기업에 필요로 하는 그런 인재들을 양성을 하게 될 텐데 앞으로 과연 폴리텍대학이 러닝 팩토리를 통해서 어떻게 역점을 둬서 직업교육의 내실화를 기해서 나갈 건지 좀 몇 가지 팁을 좀 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
I believe the learning factory really holds the philosophy of the Korea's Tibet system. So through the learning factory, you said that you're going to develop skills specific to the region, specific to industry. So this can be utilized after the post-coronavirus era. So you are providing needed skills workforce needed for the enterprises and needed for the local communities. So what kind of focuses do you have for the learning factory?
저희들은 그 러닝 팩토리의 그 시스템 자체를 표준화하고 그 자체를 콘텐츠화해서 그 콘텐츠를 그 아까 말씀드린 대로 전문 대학이든 일반 대학이든 필요한 부분들이 함께 공유할 수 있도록 러닝 팩토리를 그렇게 운영할 계획을 갖고 있습니다. 특히 그 지금 저희들이 그 러닝 팩토리 안에 그 동영상 시스템을 구축해서 콘텐츠를 제작하는 것까지를 지금 구현해 놓고 있고 스마트 팩토리도 1단계에서부터 5단계까지 지금 구축을 하고 있는 상태여서 그렇기 때문에 보고자 하는 부분 또 러닝 팩토리를 통해서 배우고자 하는 부분이 뜻이 있는 분들은 저희들이 만드는 콘텐츠를 활용해서 지역이든 기업이든 함께 활용할 수 있도록 지금 준비하고 있다는 말씀을 좀 드리고요. 또 하나는 그런 혼합형 교육을 하기 위해서 삼성 멀티캠 캠퍼스와 함께 합작을 해서 지금 저희들이 같이 콘텐츠 개발을 하고 있다는 말씀을 드리고, 또 콘텐츠를 제작할 수 있는 별도의 예산을 준비해서 콘텐츠를 제작할 수 있도록 또 준비하고 있다는 말씀을 드립니다.
So, in order to share this learning factory with other technical colleges or junior colleges, we are planning to standardize this learning factory system and also make turning this learning factory system as a teaching content. So we really want to share with this standardized training course with the enterprises and local communities. So actually we have already realized some of the video creating content about the learning factory. When there are 5 phases from phase 1 to phase 5, we have already established these smart factory training courses. And we're also preparing for sharing this content of learning factory with the local communities. So whoever if there's anyone willing to learn about this learning factory, they can learn from this. So we are preparing for this blended learning. So we are closely working together with the Samsung Multi-Campus to develop content, and we also have a separate budget for this.
독일과 영국의 직업 교육 시스템을 보니까 우리처럼 처음부터 이렇게 실습을 하는 시스템이 아니고 시뮬레이터를 통한 기초 실습을 하는 것을 보고 와서 저희들도 사실은 그런 부분들을 준비하고 있던 터에 코로나 19가 이렇게 벌어졌습니다. 그래서 저희들은 지금 기초 실습까지는 시뮬레이터를 통해서 할 수 있는 시스템을 러닝 팩토리 안에 구축을 해서 시뮬레이터를 통해서 기초 교육을 하게 하고 마지막 실질적인 실습만 러닝 팩토리에 와서 하더라도 기업이 원하는 인재를 만들어 낼 수 있다라는 그런 확신을 갖고 있고 앞으로 러닝 팩토리 그렇게 활용할 계획입니다.
So what was impressive for us, the Tibet system in Germany and the UK, is that they are using the simulators for the basic level of practice, unlike in Korea. So that is what we have prepared for. So we now do have the basic training courses using the simulator, and
시뮬레이터
다음에 현장 가서 하는 거죠, 실습을.
시뮬레이터에서 기초 교육을 하고 그다음에 이제 러닝 팩토리에 와서 마무리 실습만 하면 이렇게 현장에 바로 활용할 수 있는 거죠.
So this simulator training system for the basic skills is not the part of the learning factory. So when the trainees complete the simulator training courses, they can go to the learning factory to have the actual practice. And with this actual practice at the learning factory, they will be trained as a needed skilled workforce needed by the enterprises.
예, 지금부터는 발제자 Q&A를 갖고자 합니다. 발제자 질문 순서는 영국, 미국의 경우는 이제 줌으로다가 접속 내지는 답변을 주실 거고요. 독일, 한국은 지금 현재 테이블에 나와 계십니다. 그래서 아까 제가 미처 소개를 안 드렸는데 우선 바바라 촐만 독일 상공회의소 대표님이십니다.
Actually, I forgot to introduce Ms. Barbara Cholman, President and CEO of Korean-German Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Please welcome a big round of applause.
다음은 엄준철 한국폴리텍대학 바이오 특성화대학장님이십니다.
So the next is Dr. Om Jun-chul, the Chancellor of the Specialized Korea Polytechnics.
예, 영국 존슨 총장님께 질문 드리고자 합니다. 죄송합니다. 로이 총장님께 질문드리겠습니다. 코로나19로 인해서 전 세계적으로 영국도 예외가 아닌 걸로 알고 있습니다. 영국에서는 코로나로 인해서 국가 직업교육 정책에 여러 가지 변화가 예상이 되고 그 중에서도 블랙시트로 인해서 많은 일자리가 예상되는 것 같습니다. 코로나19나 블랙시트에 대비한 국가적인 뿐만 아니라 로이 총장님께서 생각하실 때 어떠한 대비책이 현재 준비되고 있는지 듣고자 합니다.
So my first question would be directed to CEO Roy of the CCCG. And as far as I understand, the COVID-19 has caused many difficulties, not only in the UK, but also nations across the world. And I believe the COVID-19 would cause some changes in the Tibet system policies at the national level. And also you need to prepare for the Brexit because it will create many job vacancies. So regarding these two, what kind of preparations have been made at the national government level and at the CCG level?
Thank you very much. I'm absolutely delighted to be participating today, and I just want to offer my congratulations to all of those who organized this event. It really is absolutely fantastic. And I think the learning factories are incredible. So thank you very much for me being here. Of course, we have multiple challenges in the UK. And can I just check, shall I keep on talking and you're translating at the same time, or do I need to stop so you can translate?
You can stop here. Okay, let me translate first. 먼저 저를 이렇게 이번 세미나에 참여하게 해주신 데 대해서 감사 말씀드리고요. 굉장히 이렇게 세미나 준비를 훌륭하게 하는 데 대해서 축하 말씀드립니다. 굉장히 훌륭한 세미나가 진행이 되고 있다고 생각을 합니다. 그리고 한국폴리텍대학의 러닝 팩토리가 개인적으로 굉장히 인상이 깊었는데요. 다시 한번 이러한 부분들을 공유해 주신 데 대해서 감사 말씀드립니다. 물론 지금 현재 영국뿐 아니라 세계적으로 많은 어려움이 이뤄지고 있습니다. You can continue.
Thank you. So we have four major things that are happening in the UK that are affecting our education going forward. The first one is the pandemic. Starting this Thursday, England goes into another lockdown for the next 4 weeks. Germany, Austria, France all went into it last night. So we are at the height of another wave of the pandemic, which is estimated to be probably up to twice as bad as it was in the first wave of the pandemic when we locked down in March.
네, 지금 저희는 영국의 교육에 많은 영향을 미칠 4가지 주요 상황이 지금 진행이 되고 있는데요. 첫 번째는 코로나19 팬데믹입니다. 지금 새롭게 영국에서 4주간의 봉쇄 정책이 시행이 됐고요. 독일과 프랑스와 오스트리아는 어제 저녁부터 시행이 되고 있습니다. 지금 2차 웨이브가 진행될 것으로 예상되기 때문에 새롭게 봉쇄 정책이 진행이 되고 있는데 1차 웨이브에 비해서 이번 2차 웨이브는 2배 더 상황이 악화될 것으로 전망하고 있습니다.
So no matter what our plans are, the economy and education is being greatly affected at this time. And even though educational institutions will remain open during the pandemic, we are currently doing about 50% of our teaching online.
그래서 우리가 어떤 계획을 수립하든 이러한 현재 코로나19가 교육과 훈련에 미치는 영향은 어떻게 피할 수 없는 그런 상황인 것 같습니다. 이러한 교육 기관들이 계속해서 오픈되어 있는 계속해서 진행이 되고 있는 상황이긴 합니다만 지금 현재 모든 교육과 훈련의 50%가 온라인으로 진행이 되고 있습니다.
So on top of the pandemic, we were already leaving the European Union. The United Kingdom was leaving the European Union at the end of December. The chair just mentioned that, Brexit and the challenges that has for the UK. And there are many, many challenges because a huge part of the UK economy is provided by European nationals. And so we have all sorts of questions as to what will happen later. And also, many of those European nationals get trained in our colleges in the UK. So we've got this double issue that we're facing. One is not having enough trained, skilled workforce. And then secondly, many of those that were coming to the UK to be trained may not come in the future. The third big thing that's happening is our white paper, which is looking at how educational skills in the UK should be provided going forward, and that report is expected next year.
그래서 이제 두 번째로 팬데믹 외에도 우리가 직면하고 있는 도전 과제는요. 두 번째 도전 과제는 과장님께서 말씀하셨던 것처럼 이제 영국은 12월 31일에 EU 탈퇴를 앞두고 있습니다. 브렉시트죠. 그래서 여기에서 파생되는 굉장히 많은 어려움이 있을 거라고 생각이 되지만 그 영국 경제 같은 경우는 EU 국적자들이 상당 부분의 영국 경제를 메우고 있습니다. 그래서 이들의 인력이 빠져나가고 나면 이제 어떤 일이 발생할 건지에 대해서는 아직 많은 그런 문제가 그 질문이 남아 있는 상황이고 그 중에 또 다른 게 하나면 그 영국 국적자들이 영국의 칼리지에 와서 훈련을 받는 경우가 굉장히 많거든요. 그래서 영국은 지금 현재 이중고를 직면하고 있습니다. 바로 숙련 인력이 부족해질 거라고 하는 것이 첫 번째고요. 두 번째는 영국으로 들어오는 이런 훈련생들의 수가 급감할 거라시라는 것입니다. 그리고 세 번째 도전 과제는 이제 교육 훈련 관련된 백서가 곧 나올 예정인데 이것이 내년에 발행이 되면 이제 또 교육 그 현장에서 또 많은 변화가 예상이 됩니다.
And the fourth big issue is the College of the Future. We have just concluded a study that's come up with 10 recommendations that are proposed as to how we should redesign our education in colleges over the next 20 years.
그리고 네 번째는 이제 칼리지가 미래에 어떻게 변해야 할 것인가 하는 문제인데요. 저희가 이제 최근에 막 완료된 연구 결과에서 연구 내용에서 10가지의 권고 사항 혹은 제언이 만들어졌습니다. 그래서 향후 20년을 위해서 어떻게 우리가 이런 교육 시스템을 바꾸고 설계해 나갈 것인가에 대한 권고 사항이 나왔습니다.
The challenge we face, despite all of these massive things that are going on, is a very practical challenge. We have 30,000 students across London, and 2/3 of them come from the bottom 3 bands of social deprivation. So 20,000 of our students are the most socially deprived in the UK, and 1/3 of those students, when we went into lockdown, could not access any of the online courses except on their phones, and they didn't have broadband. So despite all of these technological advances, despite all of the other challenges we have, the very single biggest challenge we have is how we bridge the gap between those that don't have the education, the digital skills, and the technology to be able to even access the courses that we all have available currently. But I just want to very briefly, because I know there's a lot going on, just highlight 4 or 5 things that are part of our future in the UK. One is that we're going to offer lifelong learning to all of our citizens, irrespective of age. So it doesn't matter whether or not you're in your 30s or your 40s, you will have a passport that allows you to go in and out of FE education at any point to reskill or in whatever way. And most of that education will be free up to level 3. So it's a lifelong offer. It's all about upskilling. So that there's an assumption that you might be in one job for a couple of years, but then you have to be retrained, not massive retraining, but short courses that are related. And then more and more, the classroom won't be in a fixed center, but it will actually be with the employers in their locations, so that we are blending between the employer, the employee, and the college, and moving that into a seamless interaction so that time is not lost on commuting and related activities. And we are looking at the colleges. We have 11 centers across London. We're looking at those centers becoming the engine of the community's growth. So even though the businesses are all around, they're driving this economic growth, the center, the college center, will be seen as the engine for all of that, the join up between civic government, employers, employee, and government. And our belief is that government will be funding this at a much greater level than ever before, and we will be constantly re-engineering ourselves to make certain that we stay with the challenges. So, and then the final thing I would say is, blended learning, which we've all been forced into, is only limited by language. And this event shows that actually we could have COPO professors doing courses in our 11 centers doing it just like this, and then having tutors in the room working with the classes. And I just wonder whether something that might come out of this is that between Pierce College, ourselves, COPO, and a couple of others, we might join up an international offer that takes the best of this blended education. Thank you very much.
네, 지금 저희가 굉장히 많은 도전 과제에 직면하고 있다고 말씀을 드렸는데요. 가장 큰 문제는 우리 CCC의 학생의 3만 명이 있는데 이 학생의 3분의 2가 영국의 사회 계층 박탈 계층의 하위 3분위에 속하고 있다라는 것입니다. 이 말은 2만 3천 명의 우리 학생들이 굉장히 취약 계층이라는 것이고요. 3분의 1에 해당하는 학생들이 이런 봉쇄 정책이 시행되는 기간 동안 오직 핸드폰으로만 인터넷에 연결할 수 있다라는 부분입니다. 그래서 이들은 광대역 인터넷망에 바로 접속하지 못하고 그런 핸드폰으로만 연결하기 때문에 이러한 모든 기술 발전에도 불구하고 이러한 학생들의 그런 학습 기회라는 것이 우리가 직면하고 있는 가장 큰 도전 과제라고 생각을 하고요. 그렇기 때문에 이러한 우리가 무상으로 제공하고 있는 이미 기존에 제공되고 있는 교육 과정에 학생들이 어떤 이러한 기술상의 부족으로 인해서 제대로 접근할 수 없다라고 하는 거, 이 부분이 우리가 심각하게 생각하고 있는 가장 큰 도전 과제입니다. 그리고 현재 영국에서 진행되고 있는 상황에 대해서 4-5가지 먼저 말씀을 드리자면요. 저희 CCCG 같은 경우는 이제 평생 교육을 연령에 상관없이 모든 연령층에 이제 제공을 하게 됩니다. 30대에 있든 40대에 상관없이 계속 교육에 를 받을 수 있는 패스포트라고 표현을 하셨는데 이제 패스포트를 가지고 자신의 재숙련할 수 있는 재훈련의 기회를 갖게 되는 거고요. 레벨 3에 이르는 과정까지 모두 무상으로 제공이 됩니다. 이런 평생 교육을 통해서 재직자들의 숙련 향상, 업스킬링이 이루어지게 되고 그래서 하나의 직업을 이제 2-3년 동안 가지고 있다가 어떤 자신의 업스킬링이 필요하다라고 하면은 이러한 평생 교육 과정을 통해서 단기 과정을 통해서 자신의 기술을 숙련을 향상시킬 수 있고 또 여기에는 사용자와 직원들과 노동자와 칼리지가 서로 긴밀하게 협력을 해서 이루어지게 되고 이런 혼합형 교육을 통해서 굳이 이제 왔다 갔다 하는데 시간을 낭비하는 것이 아니라 이런 교육을 온라인으로 혼합형으로 받아서 끊김없이 이루어지는 그런 직업 교육 그런 체계를 만들어 나가는 것입니다. 지금 현재 저희가 런던 전체에 11개 센터를 이러한 목표로 지금 구축을 하고 있고요. 그래서 이러한 11개 센터가 지역의 경제 성장을 견인할 수 있는 그러한 역할을 하도록 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이를 위해서는 민간, 사용자 측, 그리고 노동자 측, 정부 모두가 서로 힘을 합쳐서 지역 성장을 견인하고 있습니다. 저희는 이러한 정부의 재정 지원을 통해서 우리가 계속해서 이렇게 빠르게 변화하고 있는 산업이라든지 이런 빠르게 변하고 있는 상황에 대해서 우리 모든 인력들을 함께 변화의 속도에 발맞춰 나갈 수 있도록 하는 것이고요. 마지막으로 제가 말씀드렸던 그런 혼합형 교육 같은 경우는 언어의 제약이 없다고 생각을 하거든요. 지금 11개 센터에서 저희 교수진들이 강의를 하고 있으면 클래스룸 안에서 튜터들이 함께 진행을 하기 때문에 피어스 칼리지와 한국의 폴리텍 대학과 CCCG가 서로 이런 국제 협력을 계속해서 이러한 블렌디드 러닝 혼합형 학습에 있어서의 협력을 더 강화해 나가길 희망합니다.
네, 로이 총장님 긴 답변 감사드립니다.
Thank you for your answer.
다음은 독일 발제에 대한 질문인데 우리 아마 이석행 이사장님께서 궁금한 게 많을 것 같아요. 질문해 주시죠.
저도 노동운동가 출신입니다. 근데 참 우리 노동운동하시는 사람들이 독일의 산별노조를 되게 부러워했었어요. 근데 제가 지난번 독일에 가서 충격을 받았던 게 오늘 아까 우리 상공회소 대표님께서도 말씀 주셨지만 노동조합과 상공회의소가 함께 어우러져서 공급과 수요를 담당하고 있다는 이런 이 협력 체계에 대해서 엄청 부럽기도 하고 그 제도 자체가 우리는 입학시키고 양성하고 취업까지 시켜야 되는데 또 취업 유지까지 책임져야 되는데 양성기관은 양성만 하고 하는데 그 과정에서 상공회의소가 노동조합이 어떻게 협력 관계를 이루는지 더 좀 구체적으로 좀 듣고 싶습니다.
So I think Chairman Lee has many questions regarding the Tibet system in Germany. So I personally was the labor activist. So when I was the labor activist, I was really feel jealous about the industry trade unions in Germany. And I was kind of shocked by your comment during your presentation that the trade unions are in close cooperation with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. You are responsible for the supply and demand of the workforces. And this system is very good system, and I really want to know, because Korea Polytechnics are responsible for the enrollment and the training and the employment, and even after employment services. So we really want to know what is the role or the partnership between the Chamber of Commerce and Industry and trade union in the Tibet system.
Thank you very much for this question, and I hope you and the audience have the rest of the evening reserved for this topic, because when we start talking about trade unions and everything, this is a very, very long story. To make it a little shorter, let me look into how trade unions are involved in the system of vocational training in Germany. First of all, we have to distinguish between really trade unions who are working on behalf of industries and labor councils, which are part of the companies themselves. The trade unions, they negotiate basically the collective bargaining agreement where there's decision made about working conditions and about remuneration for a certain industry. And this also involves the vocational training contracts. Then you have the labor councils, which are part of the companies. There is a law in Germany which requires companies of a certain size to have labor councils in there. And they are working cooperatively with the employers in order to monitor also the practices of the company in terms of treatment of employees, including trainees and the like. And in this way, they are also included in the vocational training system because they monitor the curriculum, they are part of the development of it, and also they look at the labor conditions the young people are working at.
질문 감사드리고요. 제가 이 질문에 답변을 제대로 하기 위해서는 여러분이 늦은 밤까지 여기 앉아 계셔야 되거든요. 사실 이건 굉장히 복잡한 그런 이야기인데 제가 아무튼 간단하게 답변을 드리도록 노력해 보겠습니다. 그 노동조합이 독일의 그 직업기술교육 시스템에 참여하는 부분에 대해서 이제 질문을 하셨는데, 먼저 독일의 노동조합 뿐 아니라 그 노사협의회가 각 기업마다 있거든요. 그 노조와 노사협의회가 독일의 직업 기술 교육에 참여를 하고 있습니다. 그리고 이제 노조 같은 경우는 단체 협약을 통해서 근로 조건이라든지 이런 직업 교육, 그 사내 직업 교육에 관련돼서 다양한 협약을 체결하게 되고요. 그리고 이 노사협의회가 이제 그 사내에서 실제 지금 독일에서는 법에 따라서 특정 규모 이상의 기업들은 노사협의회를 반드시 갖추도록 되어 있거든요. 그래서 이들이 실제로 이제 사내 훈련이 진행되는 동안에 훈련생들이 어떻게 사내 훈련을 받고 있는가 하는 것들을 이제 모니터링을 하게 되고, 또 다양한 그런 교과 과정 개발에도 또 참여를 하고 있습니다.
Maybe to add on this, in limited companies and in public companies, they are also part of the supervisory council. So in this sense, they also are part of the economic development of a company. And this really means they have a responsibility for the company which is larger than just fighting for increasing wages and the like. I think such an understanding that you are part of the development, economic development of a company, this creates a different kind of understanding, and then you can also work on such issues. If you are in a more divisive situation, like we find it in Korea, then it's very hard to think about such a cooperative approach.
그리고 유한회사나 이제 공공기업 같은 경우는 또 다른 이제 감독위원회를 구성을 하게 되고 이들 같은 경우는 그 노동자 그리고 이러한 훈련생들이 기업의 경제적 발전에 한 축을 담당하고 있다는 부분을 잘 이해를 하고 있습니다. 그래서 단순히 이들이 어떤 그 기업 내에서 노조들이 임금 인상을 위해서만 노력하는 것이 아니라 기업 내에서 이런 훈련생들의 훈련이 잘 이루어지게 하도록 하는 것이고 이것이 결국에는 기업의 경제 발전의 일부라는 부분들을 잘 이해하고 있거든요. 그래서 한국과는 굉장히 상황이 달라서 한국에서는 이러한 종류의 협력 체계가 이루어지는 것이 좀 어렵지 않을까 생각은 듭니다.
예, 감사합니다. 다음은 존슨 총장님께 질문드리고자 합니다. 질문은 유튜브에 올라와 있는 질문으로 드릴까 합니다. 총장님께서 아까 소개하실 때 에스펜 평가에서 2019년도에 탑 5에 이뤘고 2021년 발표를 앞두고 탑 10에 들어서 2주 전에 3일간의 현장 방문 실사를 받았다고 하셨는데 유튜브에 올라와 있는 질문 중에는 피어슨 칼리지에서는 직업교육에 있어서 중요한 성과를 뭐라고 생각하시는지 간단하게 답을 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Thank you for your informative answer, Ms. Barbara Truman. And my next question is directed to Chancellor and CEO Michelle Johnson of Pierce University, Pierce College. So, as I know that there are numerous community colleges throughout the United States, and I heard that Pierce College is ranked high from the college evaluation. I'd like to ask you about what role is the Pierce College most focused on as a community college, and what do you think is the most important achievement in Tibet?
Well, thank you for that question, and I thank you for inviting me. This has been amazing for me to listen. I have shared with you just a very small part of what it is that we do. And as I listen to the UK and Korea and Germany, you've obviously talked about your entire national system. And I no way want to suggest that I have represented the United States and the way in which we have a full workforce and professional, technical, and vocational education. So I want to first begin with that, because there's so much more to what it is that we do as a country. And as you probably know, we have 50 states. And so we have this interesting relationship between the states and the United States. And most of the time, higher education is done at the state level, although there are some federal policies.
네, 먼저 이렇게 저를 초대해 주신 데 대해서 감사 말씀드립니다. 사실 제가 발표했던 내용은 우리가 피어스 칼리지에서 하고 있는 일의 극히 일부분에 불과하거든요. 사실 다른 나라의 발제를 제가 들으면서 영국이나 독일이나 한국 같은 경우는 그 나라의 전체적인 시스템을 좀 잘 설명해 주셨던 것 같은데 저는 미국의 대표로서 미국의 전반적인 상황에 대해서는 제대로 말씀을 못 드린 게 아닌가 생각이 들고요. 실제로 우리가 하고 있는 일은 제가 발표에서 했던 내용보다 훨씬 더 많습니다. 미국에는 50개 이상의 주가 있고요. 그 각 주마다 다른 주 정책과 또 연방 정책이 있고 고등교육 같은 경우는 그 많은 상당 부분이 주정부의 그런 규제를 받으면서 주정부 차원에서 이루어지고 있습니다.
Because one of the things that I've shared with you that I have been doing this for over 40 years and I have seen incredible changes during those 40 years of what's happened in higher education. But I think what has made Pierce College successful, and one of the things that I can share with you, and it's a little bit about what we heard from my colleague from the UK. The students that we serve are some of the students who are the most vulnerable and marginalized students within our community. And one of the things that we have learned that no matter what kind of training and education that we are delivering, we know that as a community and as a country, we do not have enough traditional individuals who have gone to college. They don't exist anymore. So if we're going to have a strong labor market and we're going to have a strong economy, we must reach down into those populations who have traditionally not had access to quality training. And so I think that's an important part of who we are and what it is that we do. When Aspen was here to visit with us 2 weeks ago, one of the things that they said was that we were so committed to student success, the word they used was palpable, that you could feel it everywhere across the college. So that's the first thing they said. And part of what that is about is that we are very clearly mission driven, being very clear on who you are and what you are about. And for us, our mission is to create quality educational opportunities for a diverse community of learners to thrive in an evolving world.
네, 제가 지금 앞서 프레젠테이션에서 말씀드렸던 것처럼 저는 50년에 가까운 시간 동안 이런 직업교육 체계에서 일을 해왔습니다. 그리고 50년 동안에 지난 50여 년 동안 굉장히 많은 변화가 이런 직업기술 교육에서 있어 왔고 그 피어스 컬리지가 굉장히 성공적인 커뮤니티 컬리지로 거듭날 수 있었던 가장 큰 이유를 꼽자면 그 비슷한 말씀을 해주신 분이 바로 영국에 계신 CEO 로이 씨가 말씀하신 내용과 비슷한데요. 우리가 대상으로 하고 있는 우리가 교육을 제공해야 되는 대상 학생들은 소외계층, 취약계층 학생들입니다. 그래서 우리가 이러한 다양한 그 서비스를 커뮤니티 차원에서 그리고 국가 차원에서 이런 전통적인 방법으로 훈련의 기회를 받지 못했던 학생들에게 우리의 서비스를 확대해서 제공하는 것이 우리의 중요한 역할이고요. 지금 현재 노동시장과 경제 상황은 굉장히 견실하고 공고한데 그럼에도 불구하고 여전히 이런 전통적인 교육의 기회를 박탈당한 이런 전통적인 교육에서 제외되었던 그런 사람들에게 양질의 이런 교육 훈련을 제공하는 것이 우리의 주요 미션입니다. 제가 앞서 자장님께서 말씀하신 것처럼 2주 전에 이제 아스펜 인스티튜트에서 저희 현장 방문을 해서 하셨던 말씀이 피어스 칼리지 같은 경우는 학생들의 성공에 굉장히 헌신적인 모습이 너무나 잘 드러나고 있다라고 말씀을 들었는데요. 그렇게 저희가 코멘트를 들을 수 있었던 가장 큰 이유는 우리의 제1 미션이라고 하는 게 학생들에게 양질의 직업 교육 훈련을 제공한다라는 것입니다. 이것이야말로 그 피어스 칼리지가 상징하고 있는 바인 거죠. 그래서 다양한 인종의 다양한 배경을 가진 학생들에게 이런 직업 교육 훈련의 기회를 확대해서 제공한다라는 것입니다.
So one of the things that we have learned, whether we have apprenticeship programs that are tied specifically to those who are delivering the trades in particular, and then do their in-class instruction with us, or whether we are working with our business roundtable that are the large corporations within our community and who say to us what are the skills that they need and what they need in their workers, that we are there to help develop those skills. But one of the things that we know that are so important for our students to be successful, we know that it's not the rigor of the classroom of where our students fail. That's really not the piece that keeps them from success. That the real key is that we have to figure out the cultural, political, social, and economic elements of our students, and to wrap around. I mean, one of the questions is, think about wrapping your arms around these students and what are all the resources they need. So I hear you talking about COVID. You know, we went pretty much 90% online. We had to convert over 3,000 classes in 3 weeks. And we had to teach our faculty how to do that. And we had to deliver the technology because, as we heard from the UK, many of our students had phones, but they didn't have Wi-Fi. So we had to do hotspots and computers and actually go out and distribute those to them so they could take it to their homes so that they could do their work. And it tells us that as a society, we don't have broadband in the way that we need to, and we don't have the technology to the individual so that they can actually learn the skills that we have done. And so we know that it's that continual looking at the elements that are going to keep that student in school when they know that they've got housing and food insecurity, that they don't know if they'll have a place to live or a place to eat, and whether they're going to have to take care of their families or if they're taking care of their ill seniors, and then dealing with the pandemic in addition to all of that. So I would say, and then I know it's late, and so I'm just going to wrap it up. I think the most important element is to think about how is it that we create a strong social and professional network for all of our students, regardless of what kind of training program that they're in, so that they have the ability to see themselves and to learn in ways that really, we have been about lifelong learning for a long time. It's one of the elements I love about community colleges, is that we'll take one and all. And so you come to us and we will do what it is that we need to do to get you to the finish line. So I think that's what's making us successful. And our companies are working with us, our unions are working with us, and our government is working with us to help provide these resources, because we know that we need workers who are well trained, and not just trained, but educated, so that that pathway that was talked about earlier, that there are career pathways, so that individuals don't learn one skill because they went to a factory and then that skill goes away. What are they going to do next? And so we have to retrain individuals and put them on a pathway to success. So it's not just a single job that we're training them for, but that we are training them for a lifelong ability to learn and to grow as the workplace changes. So thank you.
네, 이제 다른 나라에서는 어떤 도제식 직업 훈련에 대해서도 말씀을 하셨는데요. 이제 훈련이 그 학습 교실에서뿐만 아니라 이제 현장에서 이루어지는 그런 훈련에 대해서도 말씀을 하셨는데, 미국에서도 비즈니스 라운드 테이블을 통해서 이제 대기업의 그런 기업 대표들이 함께 모여서 우리가 이제 인력에게 필요로 하는 스킬은 무엇이다, 이러한 것들을 서로 논의를 하고요. 또 이런 스킬, 그리고 이런 우리 학생들이 이러한 스킬을, 기업이 필요로 하는 스킬을 갖추도록 하는데 도움을 주고 있습니다. 그리고 가장 중요한 건요, 그 학생들이 성공했을 가장 중요한 건 학생들이 학교에서 실패를 한다라는 것이 아닙니다. 학교에서 문제가 있어서 실패라는 것이 아니라 실질적으로 이 학생들의 어떤 사회적인 배경, 경제적인 배경, 이런 문화적인 배경들이 이 학생들의 성공 여부를 좌우하는 굉장히 중요한 요인이기 때문에 우리는 학생 하나하나를 다 끌어안는다는 그런 포용적인 자세로 학생들이 필요로 하는 다양한 리소스를 지원을 해줘야 합니다. 아까 그 영국분이 이제 코비드-19 코로나19 관련해서 그 학생들이 박탈계층이기 때문에 굉장히 어렵다고 말씀드렸는데요. 지금 현재 피어스 칼리지에서 제공하고 있는 이런 교과 과정의 90%가 온라인으로 진행이 되고 있습니다. 이를 위해서 저희가 3,000개가 넘는 모든 그런 수업들을 온라인으로 전환을 했고, 몇 주 만에 이걸 달성하기 위해서 우리 교직원들이 굉장히 많은 애를 썼는데요. 중요한 것은 이렇게 우리가 온라인 학습으로의 체제를 전환을 완료했음에도 불구하고 학생들이 기술이라든지 와이파이가 없고 핫스팟이 없고 장비가 없고 컴퓨터가 없어서 이런 교과 과정에 접근할 수 없다라는 게 문제거든요. 그래서 이 학생들이 집에서 수업을 받지 못한다라는 것이 문제이기도 합니다. 그래서 우리는 이런 부분에 있어서 그 학생들의 개개인의 어떤 사회적 배경이라든지 경제적 환경을 제대로 확인할 필요가 있고요. 그래서 이들이 제대로 된 주거 환경을 갖추고 있는지, 어떤 배고픔이나 이런 음식 먹는 거에 대한 문제는 없는지, 아니면은 집에 돌봐야 될 가족이 있다라든지, 뭐 할머니 할아버지를 돌봐야 된다라든지, 이런 학생들의 그런 다양한 배경, 이런 환경들을 또 확인을 해야 합니다. 그렇게 함으로써 우리가 그 학생들에게 필요한 그런 리소스들을 제대로 지원을 할 수 있다고 생각을 하고요. 이를 위해서는 굉장히 강력한 그 전문적이고 사회적인 네트워크를 학생들 사이에서 구축을 할 필요가 있다고 생각합니다. 그리고 또 한 가지 굉장히 중요한 부분이 뭐냐면, 이 학생들이 스스로 자기가 배워나갈 수 있는 그러한 능력을 계속해서 평생 동안 이제 학습할 수 있는 그런 능력을 배양해 주는 게 중요하다고 생각을 하거든요. 그래서 이런 학생들이 올 수 있는 곳이 바로 커뮤니티 칼리지입니다. 그래서 이제 다양한 필요에 의해서 커뮤니티 칼리지에 오게 되면, 이제 피어스 칼리지에서는 이 학생들이 피니시 라인, 최종 마침선까지 이제 잘 도달할 수 있도록 우리가 필요한 모든 지원을 해줘야 되는 거고요. 이를 위해서는 이제 저희가 그 노조라든지 정부라든지 기업들과 굉장히 강력한 협력 체계를 또 구축을 해야 합니다. 이를 통해서 우리가 다양한 리소스를 제공할 수 있다고 생각을 하고 있고요. 지금 그 인력 같은 경우는 훈련이 굉장히 잘 되어 있는 그런 인력이지만, 훈련뿐만 아니라 교육도 굉장히 중요하고 잘 이루어져야 합니다. 그래서 우리가 또 이를 위해서는 다양한 진로 경로를 제공을 해야 되는데요. 앞서 말씀드렸던 것처럼 이제 하나의 스킬을 가지고 공장에서 일을 했는데 이 스킬이 더 이상 필요하지 않게 되면 어떻게 해야 되느냐? 재훈련, 리트레이닝을 받든지 아니면 업스킬링을 해야 되거든요. 그렇기 때문에 평생 동안 계속해서 학습을 하고 개인적인 발전을 이루어 나갈 수 있는 그런 역량을 구축하는 것도 굉장히 중요하다고 생각합니다.
네, 미셸 총장님의 답변을 들으면서 내년도에 분명히 피어슨 칼리지가 탑 5뿐만 아니라 1등할 걸로 기원하겠습니다.
So as I listen from your informative answer, I believe and hope that the Pierce College is ranked as the top at the National Aspen Award competition.
Thank you.
네.
Thank you very much.
감사합니다. 늦은 밤까지. 마지막으로 우리 한국 대표에서 엄준철 학장님께 유튜브 질문 내용을 종합해서 한 가지 간단히 말씀드리겠습니다. 미국이나 영국이나 독일의 사례를 볼 때 한국 폴리텍 대학이 발전하기 위해서 뭔가 제도적인 뒷받침이 필요할 것 같은데 관련해서 혹시 학장님 평소 생각하신 과제가 있다면 들려주시기 바랍니다.
So my last but not least, I'd like to ask a question to Chancellor Jun Cho. Actually, this question is coming from the YouTube reply. And as I hear the presentations of the US, UK, and Germany, I think in order for the COPO further develop its TBS system, you need to have some institutional support. So what do you think about this institutional support you need?
Thank you, moderator. That is a good question. As we know, the Tibet circumstances are quite different among country and countries. I think that the role of government and schools and companies is also divided in Korea. Traditionally, the government and schools are in charge of manpower training, and enterprises are hiring trained manpower.
네, 굉장히 좋은 질문 감사드립니다. 사실 직업 교육 환경 같은 경우는 국가마다 다 다르죠. 한국 같은 경우는 이제 직업 정부라든지 이런 교육 훈련 기관의 역할과 그 기업의 역할이 좀 구분되어 있는 상황이었습니다. 그래서 정부와 학교는 인력을 양성을 하고 기업에서는 이렇게 양성된 인력을 고용하는 것이 그들의 몫이었습니다.
In European case, this role is led by the companies and Chamber of Commerce. In Korea should also benchmark the European models. As I mentioned, there are three important factors in labor market that are training, qualification, and employment. I think that training should be handled by schools, and qualification should be handled by the government, and employment should be handled by the enterprises or companies in the future. So I hope this kind of European model is adapted to the Korea in the near future. Thank you.
네, 그리고 이러한 그 역할, 국가와 상공회의소의 이런 역할들이 다 구분이 되어 있었는데요. 한국은 유럽의 다양한 그런 상황들을 유럽 모델을 벤치마킹해 왔습니다. 앞서 말씀드렸던 것처럼 노동시장에는 굉장히 중요한 세 가지 요인들이 있는데요. 바로 훈련과 자격 검증 그리고 고용입니다. 제가 생각하기에 훈련은 이제 학교에서 수행을 해야 된다고 생각을 하고 자격 검증은 정부가 하는 것이고 이를 통한 이제 고용은 기업들이 해 나가는 것이죠. 그래서 그 유럽 모델과 유사한 그런 협력 체계가 한국에서도 잘 구축되기를 희망합니다.
감사합니다. 좌장으로서 사과 말씀과 함께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 사실 우리 종합 토론 시간이 50분이었는데 순차 번역이라든지 좌장의 미숙함으로 인해서 시간이 지연됐음을 다시 한번 송구하게 생각을 합니다. 아울러 각국의 우수한 사례들을 발표해 주신 총장님들과 발표자 그리고 세 분의 패널리스트들께 그리고 이 시간에 실시간으로 유튜브를 통해서 접속하신 많은 참석자 여러분들께 좌장으로서 심심한 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 사실 오늘 종합토론을 통해서 우리가 생각한 것은 우리가 공유하고 의견을 제안한 것들을 토대로 한국폴리텍대학이 다시 도약하기 위한 디딤돌이 됐으리라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 또한 앞으로 우리 영국, 독일, 미국, 우리 한국 간의 어떤 지속적인 협력과 또 서로 상생하기 위한 노력이 앞으로 지속되기를 좌장으로서 기대하면서 마지막으로 우리 이석행 이사장님의 마지막 인사말을 통해서 오늘 종합토론을 마치고자 합니다. 이석행 이사장님께서 말씀 주시죠.
So as a moderator, let me extend my appreciation and also my apologies. Actually, we did have 50 minutes for this panel discussion. However, because of the consecutive interpretation, we are behind the schedule. I'm really sorry for keeping you late. And actually, while we are listening from the presentations. I think the valuable input and proposals and has very significant implications and for the further development of co-post vet system, and it will be a stepping stone. My special thanks go to the four presenters and 3 panelists, and I would like to thank YouTube viewers for your watching this seminar. And I sincerely hope that in the future we can continue this cooperative partnership between the UK, the US, Germany, and Korea to further develop or make a new reform for the Tibet system in respective country. Last but not least, I'd like to invite Chairman Lee Seok-heng for his closing remarks.
고맙습니다. 오늘 그 토론을 하면서 한 가지 느꼈던 거는 우리도 영국이나 미국이나 독일에다가 접목시키기 한 가지가 있겠다는 생각을 했던 것 중에 하나가 코로나 시대에 저희들이 5월 달부터 저희들은 지금까지 대면 수업을 다 해왔는데 그 전국 38개 캠퍼스에서 했음에도 불구하고 단 한 명의 코로나 환자도 발생하지 않았다. 이 비법을 다음에 만날 때 꼭 전수해 드리고 싶다는 말씀을 좀 드리고 좀 그걸 한번 좀 받아갔으면 좋겠다는 생각을 갖습니다. 아무튼 오늘을 계기로 해서 우리 피어스 칼라지하고 우리 그 CCC하고 또 우리 그 한독 상공회의소하고 더불어서 더 좀 돈독하게 더 나눌 거 더 나누고 더 모아서 정말 인류 공영에 우리 네 단체가 함께 기여했으면 하는 간절한 그 바람이 있습니다. 또 하나는 그 우리 고생해줬던 우리 장승현 차장님하고 또 우리 그 아까 조명래 우리 부총장께도 진심으로 감사를 좀 드립니다. 그리고 오늘 그 고생하신 우리 그 나승일 교수님 그리고 노명 대표님 그리고 나영준 우리 그 대표님 또 그리고 우리 조만 대표님 우리 엄준철 학장님께도 진심으로 감사드리고 통역하시느라 고생 많이 하셨다는 말씀 드리고 또 준비해준 연구소를 비롯한 우리 폴리텍 전 가족에게 이 자리를 빌어서 자랑스러운 폴리텍인으로 감사하다는 말씀을 드리면서 마치겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you for your support for this international seminar. While I was listening to the opinions in the panel discussion, I realized that there's one thing that Korea can teach the Tibet providers in the UK, in the US, and Germany. Because even though we have providing training courses face-to-face in real classes, we do not have any single positive confirmed COVID-19 cases. So that is one thing that we can teach you all. And I'd like to have a much closer cooperation with the Pierce College and City College, CCCG and Korean-German Chamber of Commerce and Industry to have further developed this vet system in Korea. And I think we have a lot more to collaborate in the future. And my special thanks go to Professor Na Seung-il for excellently moderating this session. And also my special thanks go to Mr. No Myung-woo, President of Gangwon-do Job Foundation, and Mr. Na Young-dong, President of Employment Information Service, as well as the Chairman Lee, and also faculty members of Kopo Corporation for making this event possible.